Wait, did you guys come in here and just like not say anything?
Lucas is not saying anything because he's just turning it on for the stream.
So what's your excuse?
I'm still prepping because I just got off
Just
work not too
rude?
long
Is that what it is?
ago. Pretty much.
Wow, Ryan. Wow.
You
And
know
to think
me.
I had a dream about you. Well, it wasn't about you, but you were in my dream.
Was it like Rafal's mother's dreams?
uh, I mean, a little bit. It was more of like a stage fright thing. I was like watching you do it, and then I was like, I didn't go to practice. Oh no, I don't know the
I
routine.
wasn't ready.
I'm just playing Pokemon while we wait. Trying to find a shelter to catch.
Is that the Pearl, Diamond, or Arceus? Arceus?
I've got Shining Pearl. So I beat the game, and I finished my Pokedex, so I unlocked like the national Pokedex. So now I can catch things from all over, and I want to try to find
Everywhere.
a shelter so I can get a cloister because they're really good in the battle tower thing, which is
Oh
really
yeah,
hard.
Cloister's dope.
So yeah, because my Dragonite just isn't cutting it right now. Even though I love Dragonite to death. It just the problem is that right now I'm trying to do two things. I'm trying to breed a perfect Ditto, and then I'm also just trying to put the right team together.
Cloister's one of my favorites all around.
Cloyster's always been a badass. Especially because like Shelder's so goofy, and then you're just like, oh, Cloyster, what up, yo? I never used Cloyster a lot back in the day though, because I was such a big Articuno fan that I would just use Articuno.
Cloister looks cooler.
Then Articuno?
Oh yeah, Articuno's the worst of the three. No, that's a lie.
That's a lie.
Articuno's the coolest of the three legendary birds.
I was gonna say, I think if I had to pick one, I would say Moltres just because it's a generic phoenix, but like they were
Zapdos is
all
just all
cool, let's be
polygons.
honest. Huh?
Zapdos is just all angled polygons.
Yeah, but Zapdos is awesome. What do you think, Summer?
What are we talking about?
Pokemon.
Any like specific kind of Pokemon or just in general?
We're debating which of the legendary birds is the worst.
All right, hold on.
So Moltres, Zapdos, and Articuno. Because we're boomers, so we talk about boomer Pokemon.
Yeah, so we can't count Lugia or Ho-Oh. Because Ho-Oh
And those
definitely
are even part of the boomer canon, buddy.
is.
Because that's second gen. They're on 8th gen. Like, I'm finding Pokemon, never seen them before. I'm like, because this is the first one that I've played in a while, and so I'm just like, I don't recognize any of you.
There's like one that's just a boot now. It's like, okay, sure, why not?
I mean,
I
to
think
be
Zapdos looks the
fair,
worst.
Voltorb was just a Pokeball.
But it would explode. So you would go to pick up the Pokeball and you'd have a real bad day.
No, I'm just using this as my example of like the creativity has like it's been lacking since the beginning.
But Zapdos looks the worst in my opinion.
Interesting.
Ah!
I don't like I don't like it's it looks like an explosion if an explosion was a bird. However, um hold up. It's it has like a red version that looks pretty cool.
I just Googled Zapdos and I'm seeing that red version for the first time. I don't understand what's going on. Did they change the art for Zapdos? I'm just so out of touch.
Hold on.
Oh, that's a Galarian Zapdos.
Ah,
The
that's cool.
Galarian versions look much better than the original, I think.
Oh, that's dope. Yeah.
Like the Galarian Articuno is pretty cool too.
I mean, I wasn't even arguing for Zapdos originally. My Articuno was the one I said was the coolest. So, in more ways than one. Get it? Because it's cold.
The Galarian Articuno does look pretty dope. Its laser eyes.
Pew pew. It shoots ice beams from its eyes.
That icy glare.
What are we going to do today, guys?
No clue.
Yeah, I don't either.
We can explore the sewers.
I'm fairly sure the sewer team is down a person, but I think Nari and Julie could do it.
But it's also the person who is banned from the sewers, so it kind of works out still.
I thought she was talking about Zara or Callum. Which
I was
one are you
talking
talking about?
I was talking about Callum. Callum was gonna come with Nari and Tuli to the sewers. And
Right, that's what I thought.
I think he's gone into protecto mode.
But after he's got the simulacrum made, his schedule's open.
Yeah, it'll be fine. I'm not gonna lie, I'm a little behind, and I watched like bits and pieces of the second part of last session, so I feel like I'm kind of caught up. And I got bits and pieces, and I got a recap from Ryan last week, so I'm like I'm almost on the same page.
Just skip all of Rafal's shit. I see how it is.
Well, I wasn't there, and I don't like to like take notes on that stuff anyways because my
Rafal
character
didn't
wasn't
tell
there.
anyone what happened with his mom.
Exactly.
Haven't had a chance.
So it works.
It works. So I was like, I figured that's, okay. I'm sorry I've been a shit player recently, guys. I'm working on it.
I mean, it's not that your playing's bad. It's, your scheduling.
God, my
Oh,
schedule's
that
been-
accent last time was pretty amazing.
Yeah, I heard her last session. She was rocking that accent.
And the party wants to go to the sewers now, so apparently it worked.
I'm back the leader. Sorry, Rafal.
I mean,
fine.
you're the leader of the bad kids, it feels like.
And they're all bad kids. Yay!
Rafal is leader of himself and Callum. Wait, no, Callum broke Zara out of jail. Rafal's leader of himself.
Yeah, apparently. Should I just make a new character? God damn.
Rafal is like, you know how some animals will take on babies that aren't of their own species? That's Rafal.
I can fix them.
I could try.
I can try.
He's raising wolves.
I mean, you did fix Phelan, okay?
That's true.
You changed her life.
One of them kids. I mean, it's not even necessarily White Knight because it's not even like he's lawful stupid or anything, Like, with Phelan, like, it wasn't even like he was like, do this or die or get arrested or anything. He's just like, like, yo, you just, like, can't do necromancy here. You'll have to leave, Which is
Playing
the same
with dead
thing,
people is wrong.
which is the same thing he said to Nari, for the record.
So now man is playing a dead character.
Yeah.
Now you're playing with dead people.
So playing with dead people is wrong, but we can talk to the dead people. Got it.
It's different. You're not using their bodies for your own purposes. Now I'm
Just
just
their
using their souls. I see what I did there. Oh no.
It's definitely worse. It's definitely worse. Yeah, no, the vampire thing is definitely worse.
Okay, like to be fair, I didn't like plan on this happening. Okay, I didn't like make Nora being like she's gonna be a vampire. That was
I know, but I do miss my friend Nari, the archaeologist.
she was so she
Now she's
talked
a
us out
vampire
of blue
archaeologist.
dragon. She talked us out of an aboleth. She was chaotic and she was fun. Now she has problems and she has to murder someone this session or she's gonna have a bad time.
Oh.
Hey, we have people to murder.
Point me in the direction.
We have bounties.
I am seriously tempted to make like a side character that can go on these kinds of things with you guys.
If you wear a disguise, you can come with us.
Yeah, we'll just put you in a disguise.
Rafal doesn't want to participate in it. Oh, goddamn.
Just goes against everything Rafal is.
Yeah, it really does.
But if you put a hat on, you're no longer Rafal.
It's essentially murder.
But these are bounties that are wanted dead. They're gonna die anyways. Someone will get to them.
Fair, but Rafal's not a bounty hunter.
Yet.
You are now.
Apparently. Time to break Bickerstaff out of retirement.
Hey guys, what did I miss?
So what we're gonna do is we're gonna go and we're gonna catch these motherfuckers. They deserve it, and so we're gonna bring them to justice.
I didn't know that Bickerstaff was Yogi Bear.
It's supposed to sound like Bernie Sanders.
Ah.
Hey, I'm a little out of practice. I also haven't been listening to Bernie a lot lately.
I didn't know that Bernie Sanders sounded like Yogi Bear. Oh, dang.
Hey,
Maybe Bernie Sanders is Yogi Bear.
Oh, dang.
Have you ever seen them in the same room?
No.
Oh, my God.
look, what we're trying to do is just redistribute the picnic basket wealth. Those picnickers, they need to pay their fair share in picnic taxes.
Is different
How is
food
every-
worth more in wealth?
Oh.
Look, we have a lot of hungry bears. Everyone needs to get fed. Everyone just needs to do their fair share.
Yeah, but what if, like, one picnic basket has, like, these gross, like, peanut butter crackers, and the other one has, like, a nice Subway sandwich?
Did you just call peanut butter crackers gross?
No, I'm saying the gross kind.
These are specifically gross peanut butter crackers.
Yeah.
What if there's a bad apple in one of them?
Oh, yeah, that's true.
It'll ruin the whole barrel.
Mm-hmm.
Well,
Or what if...
that bears have tough stomachs, and they will eat those.
But what if some of the picnic baskets have been forgotten by campers and it has rotten food in it? Are you going to redistribute that food?
Bears will eat those.
Okay, this is a very specific instance, but what if they buy a like $7 Subway sandwich in Vegas and they keep it in the trunk of a red car for about 3 hours as they're going to Zion and keep it in there for another 3 hours as they're hiking? Now that is obviously a food concern. Will you be able to distribute that sandwich, and would that be fair to all the other bears?
Fair question.
Yes.
See, you said this was theoretical, but this sounds like an experience.
That sounds very specific.
It's not.
I think we will have to look into that.
So I have this friend.
My computer is not turning on.
What would level 14 Bickerstaff look like? Damn.
He's all
Well, you
shredded
wouldn't be
now.
president.
I would have to remake that for sure.
Boom. No. A joke.
I'm sure you. Is his character sheet still in Roll20 or did you delete it?
It should still be there. Down at the towards the bottom.
Oh no.
Oh, Bicky.
Old Bickerstaff. Level 4? Oh my god. We have been playing this game a long time. Damn,
Oh,
that's
fuck.
nuts. How long have we been playing these characters? 3 years?
3
Jeez.
years, yeah.
I got Kevin's character sheet in October 2018.
2018, yeah, 3 years. Oh, that's fucking crazy. Level 4. Wow.
That's a long time.
That would be a level up. Not even access Mystic anymore. Oh, that was an Unearthed Arcana thing. That's never been printed. Are we good to go?
Rachel,
starting?
do you have a D20 near you?
Hello.
Yes, I do.
Hey,
In
Ben.
that case, can I have everybody roll me a D20
Can
to give the
I?
recap of last session?
I win.
Is it the
That means
high?
I
Is it
don't have to do it.
That
is
means
it
you
the
get to pick who
highest
does it.
wins, or
Highest wins.
I win.
please, for the love of God, 16.
So, Amanda, who do you want to give the recap?
I'm just trying
What
to think
happened?
of whose perspective I want to hear it from. I kind of want Nick to do it. I'm curious how Rafal, because I know he went and I missed a little bit of his stuff more because I got a decent little recap. But yeah, I think I want to hear from Rafal's point of view because I know he was not super excited about the fact that they broke Kevin out of jail. I vote Nick.
We were gonna get Kevin out of jail.
I know. That's the really funny part. It's
Kevin's
like,
out
man,
of jail.
It's not a question of was Kevin gonna get out of jail. It's just now Kevin's on the run because she was broken out of jail instead of Rafal just going, "Yo, Cassandra, it's a misunderstanding. What are you doing?" Like,
To be fair, like she was broken out of jail, not really of her will, but not against her will. It was just a happy little accident.
Can
I'm
I
aware
just say though,
of the entire circumstance.
Callum is a man of action.
She had a buddy system, and she broke the buddy system with her friend in jail. So I just don't feel like that was super cool.
I mean,
We don't follow the buddy system in MistHaven. That doesn't exist here.
It doesn't exist.
That's the pirates' code.
I miss the pirates. Anywho, so last session started with Rafal at the castle. There was a little bit of a long line, and so he went and saw his mother first, who informed him that she was having nightmares similar to the nightmares that the queen is having. Except instead of her doing things to the king, it's her doing things to Rafal's dad, and those are taking place at the Seraph Manor. So that's actually something Nick wanted to do, was go over to the Seraph Manor because we haven't been there in a while. Rafal then went and talked to the queen, he he told her that we were going to be doing the opening of the Arboretum soon, and wanted to invite her. And then, I talked about so much with the queen. Fuck. Long story short, we talked about the Requisitors, we talked about other things, and she's going to be Rafal's date to the Arboretum opening. She wants to meet Nari. We talked about the pieces of Exorcist. Rafal realized she's wearing the Crown of Fangs, which is one of the pieces of Exorcist. And then we talked about... No, that was Agrimar later. Okay. After that,
I think after that we cut to Zara in jail.
that was Zara in jail. And Zara, I mean, I'll let Rachel tell that part.
She made a friend Kima in the cell next door.
Oh, yeah, she made buddies with a dwarf named Kima. That was fun. You know, she antagonized guards, as you do. And then, you know, she was prepared to break out of jail
Opened her
night when...
handcuffs, opened her cell door, opened the other cell door, and then went back into her cell to wait until later.
Yeah, for the optimal time to break out of jail. Turns out she didn't have to wait long because then Callum came in, you know, morphed into a pigeon. And so he's like, hey, you know what this calls for? Dimension door. So they dimension doored out of there. So there goes her plans. And they made their way over to his shop.
Actually, I think we made our way over to the temple.
Oh, no, I thought it was the shop first. Then we tried to discuss it. Then it's like, hey, maybe this isn't the best place to be since people can scry on us. And we're like, okay, we're going to go over to the temple now. So they went over to the temple, and then there was this huge debate on what's right and wrong. And yeah, even though that's a gray action, that's still kind of bad. Then Rafal goes, yeah, but we got some information. And Agrimar's like, no, it's not. You're betraying your values or something. That's what I got out of it. I'll let Nick take this one over.
I mean, it's not so much of the betraying values as much as...
You're going to be king one day, hon. Don't mess up.
No, he straight up told you, like, is this really how you're going to run your kingdom?
Wait,
Yeah, no,
what?
Agrimar did say that.
No, I mean, Agrimar was trying to... I mean, like, I don't think that necessarily what Kevin did was wrong in Warren's being in jail. What I do think is that breaking her out of jail was the wrong thing to do, and that we could have dealt with it differently. That is the opinion that I am under. Which I shared.
And then the session ended with Agrimar calling Nari over and focusing intently upon the newly acquired wraps bound around Nari as he focused and cast a legend lore spell upon them as he touched the shadows within and gained a better understanding of this arcane artifact. And in doing so, those same shadows reached out to get a better understanding of Agrimar. And he asked some questions of Amanda that I wasn't sure how to answer, but now Lucas is gone. So
We'll do it next time.
So as we draw back, the camera returns to focus on Agrimar as the gold light continues to beam out from his eyes as this glow begins to fade from the room inside of the Maker's Temple. As his gaze looks down towards Nari with an almost horrified gaze affixed to his face. And then he looks beyond Nari as he seems to be focusing on something that's not in the room. And those shadows just seem to linger on him for a moment after he releases Nari's wrists. And he looks almost scared, shocked into silence, if anything else. As he also comes to understand that not the blood of the Titan is flowing through Nari, a second piece of ectasis, as he now understands these cursed artifacts, and he believes, or he knows now, that they are causing those who attune to them to seek out other pieces to make whole the pieces. Like
Which
a
is
puzzle.
why the Queen was really interested in meeting you.
She was also interested in meeting Professor Barnaby.
We're just really interesting people who are really good at finding things, that is all.
So Agrimar furrows his brow for a moment. If you'll excuse me, Nari, I think I need to go pray. And Agrimar excuses himself from the situation.
Oh, now I'm a situation? No.
Yeah, you're a vampire inside of a holy place. You're a
with
situation.
with all the curses. I'm a situation. This is fair. Okay. I don't even know where to start, guys. Nari will just kind of look around after that light show, shadow show, and Agrimar walking away, and then she'll just kind of look at Rafal and be like, when are we gonna meet the queen? I guess, you know. I mean, that sounds exciting. I guess that means things are moving smoothly with you guys. Yeah. She's gonna kind of like fiddle her fingers a little bit, a little nervous and uncomfortable.
Well, fuck. So what happens if we gather all the pieces, Nari?
I mean, DM, I don't know if I actually know the answer, but I assume the Titan can become whole again, right?
You know that effectively the Titan's not dead, that it's just
It's not
its
dead,
pieces
it's
have just been
separated.
separated.
And these
I-
pieces are calling out to each other, so...
Well, if you are broken into pieces, wouldn't you want to be whole again?
You say that like you want it to happen. Well, I guess we do.
Well, I mean, Rafal, as
Yes.
I already told Agrimar, the only way for me to break my curse is to kill an unkillable Titan, and the only way I know how to kill something is to make sure all the pieces aren't, you know? Like, I mean, how the only way for me to break the vampire curse is to kill it, the Titan from which it came from, and I can't kill it unless it's whole, right? I'm not saying I want to bring a Titan back. That God knows what happened. I mean, you seen like the Scorched Sands. Obviously, some big shit happens around here, and I still don't completely understand everything. And then we learned about these orbs. I mean, I don't even know where to begin with the orbs. That was more information than I was ready to devour. But there's a lot of really weird magic that happens around here. So I mean, a Titan getting back together. I mean, I don't know. It doesn't. It's not good, obviously, but it's not really. I feel like, in the scheme of things, it could be worse, right?
I mean, my worry is that... One, what happens if we can't kill an unkillable Titan? And two, what happens if we are defeated and the pieces are gathered by somebody else who has no intention of defeating it?
Well, that's the issue that they've always tried to present to you guys, is that there's people out there trying to gather them, and it's either they're going to get the pieces or we're going to get the pieces. So people are gathering them regardless, whether it's on the good side or the bad side. That's to be determined, you know. That's why I've pushed so strongly to try and get them, because they're out there being gathered, whether we like it or not. And the more pieces that people have, I mean, you saw how powerful the Raffalganger was, and he had what, the 2, 3 of them? He had the armor.
No
the
idea.
sword.
Wait, so we lost? Do we have the sword?
No, we lost the sword because we put it in the bag of corpse storing with the body, because we didn't think about that when we threw him in. No, his just the armor, right?
It was just the armor.
So what happened to the sword? Hold on, let me look at my notes.
Wait, was the sword one of the pieces?
No, the sword. I think they just had a different sword. Hold on, hold on. I have notes for this.
There's too much, Ryan. It's too much to remember.
So, from what I recall, the Raffalganger had a golden sword that he was using while fighting the party inside of the sunken cathedral. That was not the sword that was wrapped with all the bindings with these scales on the underside of it, that the Shark Boy did have at a previous point. You believe that the sword is one of the fragments of Ecdysis. You believe the armor Raffalganger had is one of the fragments of Ecdysis. And Rafal, you would have seen
sword?
both. Yeah, you would have seen both of those artifacts in the reflection with Rafal wearing those.
So the bandage scale sword is a piece of Ecdysis.
Yes.
We have that. That was one of the pieces of loot that we split up, right? Did Callum sell that?
Wait,
I don't know. I would have
are
only
we talking
sold
about
me if you
the
guys told me to
town's
sell.
blade?
The bandage scale sword. It was the one
Bandage
that
sword
the
is
shark
the
guy
bound
had.
blade.
Is the one that the shark guy had.
Does Agrimar still have it?
As far as I'm aware, I have the scabbard for it. Because
Does
I
that
got the
mean you
shark guy's
have it?
bag of holding. No, it's an empty scabbard. I don't know where the sword is. I don't recall getting the sword.
No, we had it.
Not sure if you guys did or
No,
if it.
I don't think we did.
I don't think we got the sword.
Well, we killed
I
the
don't think the shark guy even had it when we were fighting him in the sores.
He had it when you guys were fighting at the docks, but he
But I
did
don't
not
think he
have
had
it
it.
underneath the city.
Got rid of it.
Oh, okay. So
Probably
we
fucking hid
didn't
it
see
somewhere.
it. Did we see it underneath the city at all?
I don't think so.
Okay. Now I'm confused. So what the fuck happened to that sword?
Because I have that the Golden Lotus has that and the shred skin.
You're wearing the shred skin.
Well, now I have that, yes. But these were old notes, sorry.
Oh, of the things that are accounted for, we have throne. We have blood.
Okay, so yeah, so we have the Throne of Night, which is the blood, and that was in the Statue of Zamaria. We have the Bound Blade, which we're unsure of, which was made of the claws, which we assume the Golden Lotus has. We have the Crown of...
We don't know where that is, right?
We don't know. It's unknown, yes.
Okay.
We have the Shred Skin, which Nari has. Let me write that.
So Nari has 2 of those.
You're welcome. And then we have the Crown of Fangs, which the Queen has.
The Queen
and
has.
I put it in... Okay, I wrote Zamaria's Treasure, the Queen. Sorry, I'm updating my notes. We have the Staff of the Slain, which is made from the spine, and the last that we heard, it belonged to a plane-hopping wizard. I kept trying to look into that, and I haven't been able to figure out who a plane-hopping wizard would be, which is why I was intrigued when Agrimar told me about the freaking statue jumping around so much because I don't know, the plane hopping, you know. And then there's the armor of skulls, which was from the frost giant.
Which is now missing.
No,
Thanks to us.
yeah, because that was
That
on
was the
body
armor on
in-
Raffalful
I'm
Gamer.
aware.
We're
It's
awful
missing now.
Yeah, it's missing. It's in hell somewhere. Or wherever.
So that's 6.
So
What
1,
are we missing?
2, 3. Well, there's the howling horn.
And we haven't
And-
heard anything about that, right?
Well, you guys haven't.
Nari has a theory about it.
I have a theory about it. I have a theory.
Well, now's the time to share.
Well, maybe in character if we bring it up.
I mean,
Yeah.
this
As
is
Rafal starts
in character.
recapping which items he can recall of the 7, now that he's aware the Queen might have, now that he's aware the Queen has one of these artifacts,
Well,
now that multiple numbers of
bringing
these
it up
artifacts are coming to the
in
city.
conversation, speaking of all the artifacts, I may perhaps know where the howling horn may be. I mean, I don't know exactly where it is, but there was a very intriguing item that Ravash had when he took me to hell, and he seemed to have it on his person, and it was quite an admirable horn.
And he's still in hell, correct?
We got out of hell. I honestly, I got out of hell and I was underneath the city. I haven't seen him since. I've tried to reach out to him and I haven't had luck. So I don't know what happened to him at all. I have no idea where he would be because I didn't know how I ended up where I was. I had questions as to how I ended up where I was because we were in hell together. And then I woke up and I was with you guys. So I don't really know how I got there, when or why. And he wasn't with me. So I don't know where he is.
Well, you were encased in ice.
Yes, I'm aware. But I don't know how I got there. Because my soul, I was in hell, and then I was ice. Well, I mean, I kind of know how I got encased in ice in the first place, right, DM?
Yes, he
Yeah.
froze you into that
He
block
froze
of
me
ice.
because that's how we got to hell. Like, that's how we started the journey. But I
He
don't know.
put you in stasis.
Yeah, but
Who did?
then,
Thravash did?
yes. And that's why Nari has her ability now, which she hasn't used yet.
Who
but
is Thravash?
Oh, Rafal, do you not listen to anything I say?
No,
Thravash,
Once
I
I'll
mean,
get the picture.
Who is Thravash?
Thravash is the oh man, okay, there's a lot to this, Rafal. He was the betrayer, the one Zomeria, remember, the enemy of Zomeria, but there's so much more to it. This is like just this long fucking rabbit hole of a theory. I've been trying to figure out exactly who he was because if you recall, we talked about the 3 freaking brothers and how they were able to use their magic to change theories and stuff. And talking to Rafal, I learned, oh man, this is just like my entire notebook trying to piece who Thravash is together. So I don't have a perfect answer for you, but he was one. So him and Zomeria, they were like buddies, and then they had like a falling out because, oh fuck, he was impersonated by the Honoroi, and so he lost the trust of the people. Which this could be just Ravas saying it, but Zomeria also was really. Oh, what did she say about him?
He warned you about him.
She warned me about him. She told me do not trust him. But also, do you trust Zomeria or do you trust Thravash? Because Thravash is able to use a silver tongue basically to get what he needs and wants. Let's see. No, well, she told me not to trust Kronos, not Thravash. But she did warn me. Where is it? Hold on. I'm looking for that exact question. Okay, so she entombed Thravash because he attempted a coup d'etat, however the fuck you say it. Not only did he nearly slay Zomeria, but his words spread through her subjects as swiftly as the wind, enacting schemes from the shadows, killing off bloodlines of those who stood in his way without ever stepping foot on a battlefield, biding his own time until he had the perfect opportunity to make his move. The smartest man she ever knew, and through only his words, he was able to twist and change her people like cancer. And yeah, and then there's that, the he who hunts and eats the gods. That was, yeah, there's that. That was on his tomb. That was written on his, inscribed on his tomb. And then I have another page over here for him. Hold on. I wasn't prepared. When she asked Kronos about Thravash, she said, "We all understand the allure of light. We all get the call of the dark, but our legacies are of precision by design, a balance of inescapable duality, the push and pull of seemingly opposed forces working in concert to create a constant equilibrium." So he is a big, scary guy that we do not want on our bad side. He is going to be...
He's a bad guy.
He is going to be an interesting character to run into again. I've been telling you guys this for so long. You guys are like, "Who's Thravash?" And I'm like, guys, Thravash.
Wait, okay, Nari. So, but still, like, why? When you talk about Thravash, you talk about him as if he is your friend, savior.
He's like my sensei in the way. He's taught me many things. He did save me. I mean, he's the reason why I'm able to walk around and not mindlessly eat people. He taught me a lot of about MistHaven, a lot of what's happening. He taught me a lot about Kronos, who Kronos was and how he came to be. His goal, I asked him what his goal was when he got, out. His goal is to defeat Kronos.
What is Do you know anything of Thravash? Do you know his goals?
I know that his goal was to defeat Kronos, and I know that who he was before he became his vampire form. And I know that he was close with Zomeria, and they had a falling out, and that he was entombed, and he lied about something, because I haven't been able to put that exactly into perspective yet. I know that there's truth and lies in everything he's told me, because like Zomeria said, that he's really good at twisting his words. God, Nick, this is a hard question. There's a lot. There's literally, like, my entire notebook is filled with trying to figure out who he is. Trying to put together the fucking pieces that I've been given. But that does give me an idea. Because it says here, so this is... Yes.
It just seems to me like you're asking me to accept doing these things without question from some very bad sources.
What am I asking you to do?
Find the pieces of Exodus for this Thravash character.
The reason I'm looking to find the Thravash is because when I asked Zomeria before when we were on the docks and I became a spirit, I lured her soul as my last attempt. What was that spell called? A cursed specter. So she was bonded to me for that last little bit. She was able to help us. And when I became a spirit, I was able to talk to her and ask her. I don't know if you guys can hear my dog snoring, but she's...
Yeah, we can, but it's okay.
I was about to ask.
I was like, damn, Luna, she's over on my bed. She's just fucking snoring away. Anyways, sorry. I was able to ask her, and she's the one, because I asked her I asked her what the cure for the vampirism was, because she knows, because, she was involved in it as well. And she said, ordinarily, it's one who turned you. However, because of where I got the blood from, it's more complicated. So she's the one who told me about the Titan. But she told me it's unkillable. So it's just, I'm in a really complicated situation. So I assume if we put it together, then I'll be able to,
So where does Thravash fit in with the Titan?
Dravash, okay, DM, you might have to correct me if I'm wrong. Dravash helped slay it, right? Because that was before he was entombed. Or is that what he lied about?
I think that's what he lied about.
That's what he
the
lied about,
timeline
because
Dravash gave you did not match up with the timeline.
because I
Mary
wrote
gave
all the
you.
timeline down, but I don't think I wrote exactly what he told me, which was dumb of me. So what I gathered from when he was entombed is he was entombed, and I know that he said that he was entombed and he had to deal with the wrath of Kronos while he was entombed, because he's just laying there dormant, so he could hear everything and feel everything and understand everything that everyone was going through, but he was stuck and he couldn't do anything. But that was, the fall of MistHaven, and that was for Kronos. But he said that the Titan was after his entombment, right? I think that's what he lied about. Because, the thing is I don't, that's what I've been trying to figure out, is where this Titan falls in the storyline, in the whole timeline of things. Because all I know is there was, the moon was destroyed, and then there was this huge, powerful magic thing, and the Titan rose, and then there's the scorched sand, so there's, this big catastrophic event that happened, that all these things happened, but I can't figure out exactly where they fall on the timeline.
So
and
the Titan is the last thing that happened to the Ankai-Esh. The Titan wiped out the Ankai-Esh.
Except we know that's not true. We know the Ankai-Esh are in the Shadowfell.
The location of the Ankai-Esh, the civilization of MistHaven.
And Kronos made a deal with Zomeria to save her people, to put them in the Shadowfell, basically, because they knew that was coming.
Okay, Nari, I have a crazy idea.
Yes.
Why don't we go to the Shadowfell and find the Ankai-Esh people and ask them what happened?
So Travash Rafal, there's something I've been not wanting to tell you exactly about this, and I don't want you to be mad at me, but I
will be. Lay it on me.
So I may have found out, because and this comes from a little bit of a defensive place because of how you reacted to me.
Nari, just be advised, you are talking in an open temple. Or unless Agrimar would have walked you guys to the back room.
I feel like
okay. When we were on the last map, we were all in the forge.
Okay.
Yeah, I assume we went to the place where we can't be scryed on and stuff.
Okay.
Right? Yes.
Yeah.
Okay.
And it's just Rafal and Nari, I assume, because I think Thule is still talking to Vale right now.
Yeah, she's still talking.
I'm more comfortable with that, because I feel like this is a very one-on.
And then Agrimar went to pray. Yeah, it is only the two of us.
That's okay. This kind of works
Now's
out.
your
Because I feel
chance.
like we've needed a heart-for-heart, for a while.
Rafal's kind of just like, what the fuck am I supposed to do with all y'all?
I know.
Love us.
Thule's shit is just like, a lover's quarrel.
Triangle.
Or she did backstab Kevin. So
There's nobody knows that.
Not yet.
Nobody knows that.
Only one person knows that.
And he's super reliable.
All right.
3 people know that, actually. That guy, you, and Jesus.
Yeah, lay it on
Thule
me.
doesn't believe in Jesus, so it's okay.
Not Jesus. Sorry.
Okay, so here's some things, and I don't remember what I've told you and what I didn't tell you, but I figured, we'll just recap maybe if necessary. As you know, Zomeria was working with the Golden Lotus, and that was really in hopes of, they kind of made her the promise that they would get her people back from the Shadowfell, which is why she was working with them, and that's why they did the overgrown zone, because they were trying to clear out this section of the city to be able to have her people there. And then when she died,
Yep.
Okay, and then when she died, there was oh, well, fuck her plan, we don't really need to worry about them. And then when I was talking to her, as a spirit, I kind of understood something that maybe you probably wouldn't be super excited about, which is another reason why I kind of dropped the whole subject of going to the Shadowfell, because one, I was gone, and then when I came back, you guys still didn't do it, but I did make her the promise of bringing her people back before I completely comprehended what exactly that meant. And another reason why I've kind of stalled doing it, because, well, A, we know the Shadowfell is a really bad place, and it's, probably not super good for people to be living there for a really long time, and it kind of makes, like, monsters of people who have been there, because you're living in shadows, you know what I mean? No one wants to live there. But also, there's this interesting fact about the Akaish people, in the fact that they were all vampires. Their whole civilization were vampires, as in Zomeria and Thravash and all of the people that used to live here. That was their lineage. And so I know
because she's also standing in a zone of truth, she has difficulty getting out some of the words of this theory.
I'm wrong.
She's not certain about this,
certain.
whether
This
or not
is
it's true. She's been
yeah.
told they would have to be invited back in,
Yeah.
which caused Amanda to think that they're all vampires.
I am definitely still sticking with that.
Why Amanda didn't want to tell Nick about it, in case she's just opening up a portal to a city of vampires.
Yeah. That's exactly what it was, is that they had to be invited in, and that, because wait, where is it? Sorry, there's like a specific sentence.
No, it's okay. I've been pulling up, I pulled up the Ankai-ish prophecy and all sorts of stuff. I'm just like, oh god. 3 years in the making. All started with the riddle of salt and stone, and now we're here.
Because basically she said she needed to be, like, where the fuck was it? Hold on. So she spent, because I asked her how she planned on getting her people home from the Plane of Shadows, and she spent eons of her life focusing on how constructing a gateway that would open only with the consensus of all those left behind, requiring tools of the Pharaoh, the Fang Betrayer, and the Stradars. While she focused on how she lost where her subjects are bound to tradition, forbidden from entering a residence without invitation. With the kingdom that sprouted in her absence, Zomeria no longer held control and could not offer the invitation to return her people to their former home. So therefore, I'm like, oh, they're all vampires. And that's why before Nari, left forever, she told Rafal, you need to invite her people back. Because I was like, I really wanted you to do it, but also I didn't want you to do it, but I knew that they had to be invited by, the king, and you're going to be the king. So it was this whole, I don't know how to tell you they're vampires, but I made the promise, and they're still people, but they might not be. Maybe it's just, a tradition thing, and maybe they're not vampires. But that's exactly where I got I think they're vampires because they have to be invited home, and this is no longer their home because it's ruled by other people. So I could be wrong, but I feel like perhaps their entire
I have a very important
culture.
question in all this.
Okay.
When we fought Zomeria,
At what point does Amanda breathe?
At the same time, Garrett was breathing.
Yeah. When we fought Zomeria, she wasn't undead, right?
Because there was Zomeria when she was in. Because we fought Annabelle, and then we fought her on the docks, which is how we got her spirit to be bound to us. And then she was there again at the Zomeria statue, right?
No, so we fought her at
three times.
At the Longacre building, and that was her simulacrum thingy. And then we fought her at the statue, and in neither of those instances was she undead. I'm pretty sure.
But we had to have fought her at the docks because that's how I got the accursed specter, right?
She was also wearing one
from the statue.
She had the brooch. That's where I got the brooch from, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, the brooch
prevented detection of undead.
Oh,
that I have now.
Wait, but I didn't get extra smite damage against her.
You
Okay.
should see Thravash in his human form, okay?
So that explains why they've lived so long. All of them is because they're undead vampires.
Yeah, you know, which I knew Thravash was because obviously he's still able to live through all that.
Wait, so I have a question.
Okay.
Okay, so if the Titan is why the Ankayesh people fled to the Shadowfell, who destroyed the Titan and split it to pieces and split it across everywhere?
We know this answer. Oh fuck, we know this answer. We read about it and learned because how it was destroyed, and there was hold on. Because we know that the burial sites. There's 7 groups of people who helped defeat the Titan. Each took one piece to scatter across the world, never to be reunited. So I think it was like the world came together, and there's 7 groups of people. So it was like a world peace situation, like it's us or the Titan.
So then do we know if Zumeria
And the okay, wait, and so
did they bail or did they get banished?
The Ankayesh got banished.
So somebody kicked them out of here.
Kronos, who made a deal with Zomeria. Zomeria made the deal to protect her people, and so Kronos
to save her people.
To save her people, and that was his way of saving her people, was to blip them out of existence.
Great. Okay, got it. So then,
and then I found this.
So then, with Thravash, how did Thravash betray Zumeria?
This was a little bit of a sticky situation because in a lot of different readings, there's contradiction on exactly what it was that happened. God, where did I read it? Because, like, what Zomeria said was that he tried to kill her, and so that's why he had her entombed, because he tried to do the coup. Yeah. So he tried to... and then when I was talking to Thravash about it, he said that it was the 3 brothers that, like, made it look like it was him, which could be a lie, you know. I'm open to interpretation. But basically what happened was, in both stories, whether it was he was being framed or not, Thravash was able to twist the words of the people through all these rumors and stuff and try, you know, and take her place. So then she entombed him, basically.
Thravash made a coup attempt that failed, and so he got entombed while alive because of it.
Yes.
Okay.
Long story short.
All right. So Nari.
Yes.
You know how we've been trying to figure out maybe who's behind the Golden Lotus?
Well, we know that it's from Aberston.
Do we?
Is this one of those moments where, like, you just realize the queen had a piece of ectasis, and I'm just like, oh, he might be part of the Golden Lotus.
He might be part of the Golden Lotus. That's what I'm saying, right? Like, why wouldn't he try to reclaim what he once wanted? And why wouldn't he gather the pieces of the Titan to do it?
Real quick, just because I'm going to add this out there because I want to make sure it's out there. The Titan, I think, if I wrote this right, was a guardian created by Sin, which is one of the gods, right?
One of the 3, yeah.
One of the 3, who eventually went mad. And so that destroyed the Akaish and then its soul. So that was who the Titan was. was a guardian who went mad. I'm just throwing that out there in case I didn't say that already.
Is it possible that Thravash is the reason the Titan went mad?
But I don't know. That one I don't know. Because
I mean, Nick's
if he
using
was
his
able to
eyes.
use his words, then I mean he could probably easily make something go mad and attack a city. But also,
Nick- his eyes, and that is clearly a horn in that picture.
yeah. Oh yeah, no, without a doubt he has the horn.
And he was entombed with the horn.
He was entombed with the horn.
Which means that the Titan was destroyed and then he was entombed, which doesn't fit in with the timeline of the Ankayesh people being banished.
He was entombed before.
Before.
Okay, so the Titan happened
That's-
at 155. Thravash was entombed at 159, and MistHaven fell at 169.
Yes. And then the current year is 1,000 years after that.
Wait,
Yes.
so the Titan was destroyed,
At 155.
and then 14 years later, Zumeria's people were banished.
Yeah, that's why, because like
So why were the Ankayesh people banished 14 years later?
that's because there was like this massive tidal wave surge thing. That was the magical thing that happened. That I was like, I didn't think it was the Titan that did it. I thought it was this weird magical. The moon was destroyed. Whatever scorched the lands that caused the tsunami thing to happen. They were different.
So in 155, the Titan attacked, wiping out the populace of. Effectively, when the people got banished, it was the year 155.
Oh.
4 years later, Thravash was entombed. You guys know by the Duragar, as well as the Striders who were in the area.
Hey, thank you.
Okay, I had misinterpreted that for a long time. Fuck, okay. So the Titan and all of the people were gone, but these were the people remaining when the MistHaven fell. Because it says MistHaven fall in 169.
Yes.
Okay. I take that as that's when the tidal wave thing. That's okay. Okay.
Okay, so
Understand things.
So
got his
now,
butt kicked by the
just
Striders
to
and the
help-
Durgar.
to help clarify a little bit more, as Nari's trying to speak these falsities out loud while still in this zone of truth, you're realizing that Thravash lied to you about when the people of the Ankayesh got wiped out to make it look like he was entombed before that happened.
Yeah, okay, because like he definitely told me those kind of things, and then later when I was in the library doing research, and I remember
Those dates
asking
didn't
you,
match up.
I was like, wait, these dates are different, and so that's why, because I was still thinking of, well, he told me this, and I was like, but these dates, I was like, why don't these dates match? And I was like, I know he was
Right.
lying, but I couldn't figure out what part of it he was lying. Okay, we're good. Ugh.
Okay. So why was Thravash entombed?
Because
Well-
the coup, he did the coup against Zomeria, and Zomeria had him entombed, and he was entombed by the Durgar, the
No. He
Durgar.
wasn't he couldn't have been entombed because of the coup, because the Ankayesh people were gone 4 years before he was entombed.
But that's what Zomeria told me.
Something doesn't add up there.
That
He
is what.
told you he is a very bad person all around that twists and turns
Why
people
would-
like a
Oh, go-
cancer to a cell, essentially. That he
Yeah.
is bad news, and because he's immortal, he had to be entombed. Somebody had to put a stop to him.
Because, yeah, like here, because I wrote it word for word on those 10 questions, because he attempted a coup. Not only did he nearly slay Zomeria, but his words spread through her subjects as swiftly as the wind, enacting schemes from the shadows, killing off bloodlines of those who stood in his way, and I was without ever stepping foot on the battlefield. So it was like because of the coup, and I assumed that meant her people
Using
were
his
still
words
using
to
his
cause
words.
people to take up arms in his favor.
You don't think that sounds like something he's doing right now with you?
No, he's just going to cross her arms and be like, I'm aware that people are really good at using Mirafall. These are thoughts I've had, questions multiple times in the past, and I've been trying to research it to my best ability to understand exactly what everything means. I'm not very good at doing it, apparently.
No, I think you're very good at it. Look at all the evidence you just presented to me.
Just saying it out loud, I guess it's really helpful.
You need to share the evidence that you found.
I know, but it's like...
You've placed together the story of what happened, right? You know more than anyone what actually happened to the Ankayish people. But my question is, so like, if Thravash was entombed with that horn, as you said, it means that Thravash more than likely was already in the process of regathering those pieces. Which means that Thravash is more than likely the reason why that Titan went mad. And it is probably why he's called the Betrayers, because that's what he was using to fight Zumeria. Damn, can I get some inspiration?
Hell yeah.
Fuck yeah, I'm right. That makes perfect sense, Nari. What else would you use to fight this immortal Empress? Huge Titan. Why do you think he wants to collect those pieces so desperately?
I mean, no, yeah, I understand that completely. It's just, I just didn't think he was the exact one behind the Titan. Like, I mean, it all makes sense that you're saying, but that just wasn't a click that I put together. And
He's literally a corruptor. That's what you're telling me, right? Who else would make a Titan, a protector, go mad? Because from what you said of Kronos, it doesn't sound like it's Kronos.
I know, and now I'm just trying to figure out, because I learned things about Kronos too, and so I'm just trying to figure out, do we need to get on Kronos' side again?
No.
Maybe not, but like, I'm just trying to, I'm just like...
Your sucks,
well,
but...
No, I know, but it's just, there's the story, because I don't think I share with you, which I guess it doesn't matter too much because of like how I learned more about Kronos, but I don't know if that's even true anymore. But like, I feel like it's still true because it makes, I don't know. All these notes that I've been writing for so long and looking back and reading them all again, I'm like, oh.
Fuck. Okay, so what do we do? What do we do?
What do we do? I mean, what do we do?
I don't know, but it does seem you're at the center of a very interesting power struggle between three deific beings.
I guess that's what every archaeologist really dreams of. I am in history right now, in the making.
Is it possible that the only way to kill Thravash is to kill the Titan?
Because if he has the Titan's blood, then...
It's the same.
Potentially, yeah, because I can't die unless the Titan dies, right? I mean, I could die, right? Can I die? Can I die?
I don't know.
Stab her, quick!
I know I can be paralyzed. Wooden stakes against Ravash, though. That's a weakness I've learned. Wooden arrows. They are not fun.
We need to sharpen some sticks.
Yeah, we don't need these silver weapons. We need wooden sticks.
So, Thravash, like the literal Thravash. Do we know if he's like on the material plane?
As I said, I have tried. I mean, correct me if I'm wrong, Deem. I know I've talked about it, but have I actually tried to reach out to him?
I think you tried to use sending once.
Yeah, I can try again. But I mean, then what do I say to him? You know, like I feel like I tried to reach out. It just didn't happen too well.
With me on this intellectual journey.
Oh no. Okay. Break my brain again, Rafal.
The Raffalganger.
Oh, remember? Okay. Remember this though. Okay, I told you guys that when we were in the Aboleth thing, that they specifically wanted blood from the one who, and I told you guys this, and I knew that it had something to do with it all, but blood is powerful. That's why he was able to turn into you, is because I gave Kronos, which may have not been Kronos, but I don't fucking know anymore. I gave someone some of your blood, and so they were able to turn into you, because as I've learned from Thravash, that blood is very powerful. Like Thravash can change into anyone whose blood he drinks. So are we fighting Thravash down there? Was that Thravash?
I don't.
Or is that just any vampire? Can I drink your blood, Rafal, and see if I can turn into you?
No.
But I'm hungry.
I am hungry. The day's running out and I haven't murdered anyone yet. I don't know what to do.
Oh.
But basically, from drinking blood, he is able to understand their thoughts, their feelings, and he can change into who they are just by drinking someone's blood. That was something I learned, and I know I shared that information.
Remind me. I believe that the elf, the golden-eyed elf, didn't have the rune on the forehead, just the golden eyes.
I don't remember that, honestly. I could not.
I believe he had the rune on the forehead as well.
He still had
He
the
should
rune on
have,
the forehead.
yes.
Okay. Did Nari ever see that rune?
Which rune? I've
The
seen many
golden
runes.
rune on their
I think so,
foreheads?
yes.
It says dawn, right? Yeah, I did see it, and I wrote down what it meant, but I don't know which page of my notes that would be on. Hold on. Probably under my Golden Lotus page, but God, if I know.
Yeah, well, you might be right about them being vampires. The
That's why I
Ankai-Esh,
didn't tell you.
the Ankai-Esh prophecy is where the light ends, a black blade shall split the sky. Kronos will return to sow the seeds of shadow once more. Famine and decay will follow in his wake, and the lash of war will be unleashed. Cries of despair will fill the air and herald the coming of the undying. An ancient seal will be broken, and an army of chaos shall rise from the breach. So, if we open that portal, there's going to be a whole mess of. They might not be vampires, but they
they're gonna
definitely.
be. I mean, can you
can't
imagine
die.
being a vampire living in this black, shadowy abyss for 1,000 years without food? Like, that's why Nari was like, maybe we're gonna hold off on that. I'm gonna have to put a pin in that, because they're fucking monsters by now. Like, starving vampires just opened up to a city of people. Like, I just don't see that going very well. But did it say dawn, Brian? The rune? Am I wrong?
I think that's right.
I think that's.
Okay.
Yeah, I think
I
you're right.
can't
I remember
find
that.
it.
I remember that being said.
I've taken a lot of notes over these years, guys.
And now it's all been worth it.
I know. I'm really proud of myself. Everyone's giving me shit over these sticky notes. I'm just saying, guys, the system works.
All they had to do was just Zone of Truth Nari the whole time.
I have so many things. I was just like, this was something I just want, like, because the second Nari became vampire, everyone's like, well, fuck you, you're evil. And so I'm like, I can't tell them that that's an entire world of vampires. They're going to think I'm more evil for wanting to try and save them. I'm like, oh no, what do I do? Because I still feel like, they were people and they were wrongfully banished there just because some fucked up shit in their world was happening. They're still, they're still people, but I don't want to unleash them on the other people. And maybe through Vosh, not because it was an Amanda preference, but maybe he taught me to eat souls so I could learn this blood power that he has. If I drink blood, maybe I'd become too powerful. Maybe it could change into, I'm already a master of disguises, so what's stopping me from actually becoming other people? I could go to jail for Kevin. They would never know the difference. Kevin, give me your blood. No.
Trying to wrap my brain around this.
This is, that's my existence always. It's like, oh, that's more information. And then now on top of all of this, I just learned that there's these 5 magical orbs in the world that control dragons. And I'm like,
what do those have to do with anything?
I don't know, but it has to do with something. 5 magical orbs that can control dragons? It's got to do with something. There's magical ancient towers. I don't know. It's not nothing. Those are artifacts. I'm an archaeologist. My dog is just, I woke her 6 times.
I remember somebody saying something about the possibility, Kevin,
Because that's in the writings.
Kevin mentioned that there was a dragon orb in Jaeger's house.
She read the paper or whatever about these orbs and how that's how they got the black dragon into the city. And it's just that obviously has things to do with it.
Yeah.
Well, yeah, that's a good assumption.
She saw notes about the orb of dragonkind, but didn't see a physical orb itself.
Got it. Okay, Nari. When it comes down to it, whose side are you on?
I feel like if you have to ask that question, I haven't made my point very clear here, Rafal. I've always been on your guys' side. You guys have always come first. I would do anything to protect you guys, and I always have. That's one of the reasons why I left, was because I didn't want to put Agrimar in danger of his soul just trying to protect me. I didn't want to be an endangerment to anyone, and I'd be willing to leave if I ever put you guys in danger. This party, you, and she's gonna usher around even though there's no one else in the room, You guys are my people, and I would do anything for you guys, and I hope you can understand that. I know you're trying to be king, and I've been doing I've tried really hard to be the best citizen I can be, but it's a little difficult with this new craving.
All right, let's go hunt a bounty. You're going to have to disguise me somehow.
Oh, and she's just going to hand you her hat of disguise.
He'll plop it on his head.
I have one of those, and I got one of those before I got the freaking the tribute as a warlock.
Does it require attunement?
No.
I don't think so. I would have to double check though.
But I've had that forever, and then when she got to pick something, she could do that disguise self, which is better. So I just was like, shh.
It does require attunement.
I could do your makeup if you'd rather.
No, you know what? He's gonna take off the crown of MistHaven, and he will attune to the hat of disguise.
Oh.
Well, he's not gonna unattune from Crownfall.
Now we can lie to Rafal, guys. He doesn't get down.
Yeah.
And I'm telling the truth because I'm still in the zone of truth. We can lie. Hey, and I'm in the zone of truth, so I wasn't lying.
I hate to break it to you, but that effect comes from Crownfall.
Oh, well.
Dang.
Never mind. I take back what I said.
That's also the zone of truth.
Yes, Crownfall is the OP thing. All right. What should I turn into?
Well, let's put it this way. Thule, meanwhile, after concluding your conversation with Vale, he does offer a heartfelt embrace and offers more or less an ear to listen if there's ever any more problems that you'd like to discuss in the future.
Bow, chicka, bow, bow.
There is no bow chicka bow wow. She'll hug him back and offer him the same. I know like this whole like, you were dead and now you're not, and I think that could be disorienting. So if you ever, need to talk, just like, I don't know, yeah, you can get a hold of me somehow.
Agramar's shown me where to find you. At the Phoenix Feather Inn?
Mostly, I mean, I'm about to head out with Nari and maybe Callum if he's still coming. We're going to the source.
Of course.
And
I wouldn't.
bounty hunting. Bounty hunting, I think, is on the agenda first.
Things certainly
Yes,
have
definitely.
changed. But I think I'll stick around the temple for a little while longer. Agramar keeps going on about this celestial metal that he's been forging for the past few evenings. Something
yeah.
about it seems quite curious, like no sort of metal I've seen before. The way it echoes with every hammerfall sounds almost
yeah,
angelic.
Sounds pretty accurate. It's great stuff.
And as Nari returns back to the main floor of the temple, what does the figure look like that's accompanying her?
Ooh, I know. Hold on.
Yeah, help me out here. I'm drawing a blank.
It's Rafal with black hair.
Recall, but not quite.
His nose looks a little broken.
I mean, the only thing that keeps coming to
There
my
we
mind
go.
is like Joichiro from Food Wars.
Just look at Discord. That's what he looks like.
I love it.
We'll go with Fat Thor.
Fat Hobo Thor.
Perfect.
So Nari emerges.
Oh man. I'm gonna have to leave my armor and shit.
You don't fit in it anymore.
Well, it's gone. It stands out.
Does the hat of disguise also effectively disguise what you're wearing?
Oh, I didn't even look up the item. I should do that.
Hold on. I have something for this. And Nari's going to take her shirt that just kind of looks like a vest right now off, and she's going to put it on Rafal, which is a shirt of fucking, like, you can make it look whatever the fuck you want to look like. Shabam.
Oh wait, hold on. I just have to read the spell disguise self.
Yeah, it's
You make yourself, including your clothing, armor,
it
weapons.
does include your clothing. Okay,
Yep,
well then
we're good. Okay, we're good then. Cool.
I have all the things for this.
Okay, so Thule doesn't see a hobo walking out wearing Rafal's armor.
She just sees a hobo.
Just see Hobo Thor.
You assume Nari's found her next kill.
Sunglasses and all.
she'll say goodbye to Vale and walk over to Nari. Where'd you pick this one up from?
Sup?
He's with us now. It's best not to ask too many questions.
I feel like I should ask questions if we're gonna go, get a bounty or two.
What are you, a narc?
I mean, no.
Nari's just going to wink at Thule and smile and just not say
Thule
anything.
all of a sudden feels really conflicted because she is a narc.
Yeah.
She's not.
How does he know?
Standing in that zone of truth.
Thule is not sure what to take of the wink, but we'll take it as a compliment. She's not very smart.
That's okay. Yeah, no, Nari's just not gonna say anything because, yeah, it's just fun.
You're pulling a Daniel Webster on me again.
Daniel Webster. This is exactly that again. Oh, that's hilarious.
My name is
Webster Daniel.
Please. all of our disguised people are like just variations of Webster Daniel. Daniel Webster.
I don't think anything will ever be better than the names that Penala gave everybody.
Oh god, I can't even remember.
Orange Patricia Orange. I will
Orange
never
Patricia
forget.
Orange,
I
yes.
forgot about that. It's like, what were the names?
I knew it
Like
had
oranges.
something to do with orange, and I'm like, I can't remember.
My name is Rolf, the professional bounty hunter.
Ralph.
I figured if we're going to look for bounties, we needed the professional. And he said he's willing to split the bounties with us. So it's fair.
She's gonna kind of lean closer to Ari, kind of lower her voice, but he knows about like why we're actually killing them, right?
I mean, it doesn't really matter, right? As long as the bounty's turned
Are
in.
we killing him too then?
I can hear you.
Not if I roll a stealth roll.
Haha!
No, if I rolls.
13!
Oh no,
Can
I'm
you
pretty sure
hear
he
her?
hears me.
A passive perception of 17.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, he's looking you dead in the eyes.
You know, can never
But
be
you
too
can't
safe.
tell due to the sunglasses.
That's true.
Oh, okay. Let's go then.
That's to be determined.
Okay. Just
Nari's ears are like just like that fucking, super perky up high, and she's just got like this twitch in her tail. Like she just knows this inside joke, and she's just fucking loving life right now. Like all the bullshit that's happening, she's just like, this is fun. Okay, let's go. Let's go murder some people. I'm hungry.
Actually, can I roll an insight check just to see if Truly knows what the fuck is going on?
Absolutely.
Oh, here we go. Hold up.
Oh,
yeah.
20.
shit!
Oh!
Not a good act.
Oh!
Not a hold on. Let me try performance. If
Yeah,
it's
try
any better.
performance.
No, you can see
Oh.
through it.
There's something about this man's mannerisms and the way that he walks that kind of tips you off that Nari's still walking around with Rafal.
He's a total narc.
I will say, like,
Ah.
he probably also, like, I would say he probably didn't change Crownfall's
His
scabbard.
Billowing
Right, 'cause-
cape.
Well, no, just Crownfall's scabbard, because the scabbard probably has, like, an old look to it and stuff like that. So, it's probably still Rafal's sword, I would guess. Because, like, I don't think he would challenge, like, Crownfall wouldn't be happy being changed, so I don't think Rafal would change Crownfall.
Okay, Truly will suddenly like nod and understand, like, okay, I'll play along. Wait, Rolf. I just caught that. Not very creative.
So as you guys make your way out from the Temple of the Maker, out into the broad city streets beyond, the sun is getting low in the sky as it's later afternoon at this point in time. Is there anywhere specific you guys would like to go?
How long has it been since we were at Reese's? Because I know he was going to get us information on these bounties. That way we could find them easier instead of the entire city looking for them.
I think you went this morning.
Was it just this morning?
Yeah, we were there
okay.
this morning.
Oh, well, let's look at the bounty board and see if we can pick up any clues, gang.
You want to go all the way back to the Baylor's retreat?
No, because he won't have the information yet, I don't think.
I think you wrote down like at least names if you want to start inquiring.
Yeah, because we have all the names from the bounty board. There was the two specific
we
ones
picked,
I wanted.
Sorry.
No, you're good.
Yeah, you picked like 2 names, right?
I picked 2.
Yeah.
I picked one because he poisoned the well and he was wanted dead, and then the other one, he killed 3 people. So number 4 and number 5 on the bounty board. Because
Craft
one of them killed 3
roster
people.
And
And-
Yip Ground Welfern.
Yeah, perfect. Because I feel like those two were the most deserving, because if you're poisoning people's well, that's really fucking up the whole ecosystem. And if
Do
you
we
kill 3
know-
people, then, you know.
Do we know which neighborhood got its well poisoned?
Yeah, we didn't have any information on that. Like
That was the neighborhood by the Baylor's Retreat over in the West Dock.
Okay, perfect. Let's go there and just start asking around for Yokroon Welfern. We have a hobo now, so we fit in better. Nari's gonna like tug on her shirt and like change it to like a little bit more hobo-ish attire as well, and like a cloak that like goes over her ears. You know, just kind of
A little less flashy.
less flashy.
Fully does nothing to look less flashy.
She's just gorgeous always.
We're going to probably have to grab a carriage to get over there faster, or take my Pegasus.
I feel like maybe a carriage would be less conspicuous, mister. I'm going to ride on magical horses.
I mean, yeah.
Mister,
Yeah.
I'm not Rafal, I'm Rolf.
Right.
Suddenly rides Rafal's new Pegasus.
Huh?
Oh,
What?
did you catch on to that?
Yeah. He has Crownfall.
Nari's just going to shrug and put her ears down a little bit, like, that was fun while it lasted.
Carriage. Taxi!
Almost as soon as you lift your hand up, there's a carriage that rolls to a stop nearby, and you can see the familiar smile of one of the members of the wheel as he hops down from his seat, throws open the doors, and where are we heading on this afternoon?
That neighborhood.
Excellent choice. We'll be there lickety split. Just you, or are your friends joining as well?
Oh, yeah, no, we're going. Yes, yeah.
The 3 of us.
All right, that'll be 3 gold pieces, and we're on our way. As the camera fades away from the carriage ride, rolling across the cobbled streets, it cuts over towards a scene where Callum is slicing off a small chunk of Zara's hair and carefully placing it towards the top of this loosely sculptured block of ice that has about a halfling's height that he is loosely spacing out and starting to sprinkle this finely powdered red dust all around this figure as he begins carving specific runes and enchantments upon this ice, preparing the simulacrum spell over the next 12 hours. Is there anything Callum or Zara would like to do during this time?
Well, as they were preparing everything, Callum went downstairs and had one last discussion with other Callum.
Said his goodbyes.
Oh, I feel so bad.
And explains that he'll be back. Just gonna be a little while. And he uses the Rich Bottom exchange box, and places in some gold and gets back an amulet that he takes upstairs, and he gives it to Zara.
Yeah, I think you should use this.
What does it do?
Well, if it works the way it's supposed to, as long as you wear it, it shall protect you from any scrying spells. Anyone who seeks you shall not find you.
All right. Dang, I really wish I knew you a couple of years ago when, well, the whole fiasco with Farid's first happened.
Yes, I wish I'd known you a few years ago as well. But, I'm glad I know you now.
Yeah. What else do you need me to do besides my hair?
That's about it. You have your hat of disguise, so you should be able to make your way around the city with that. And as long as you're wearing this, no one should be able to connect you to the real Zara.
Oh shit! I need to attune to the hat of disguise, don't I?
You do.
Fuck. Okay. Do I
So-
still have my wings? Do I still have the wings?
If you choose to.
I do. I want to keep it.
Or
Oh.
were you wearing the wings when you got caught by the city guard?
I don't think so. I think during the cliffhanger you said that she had them, but during
If
the
it's
whole
something you
interaction.
would have dropped off at Callum's beforehand, assume you could have it now.
Yeah.
Assume what you had on your person while burglaring is now in possession of the city guard in their evidence locker.
Fuck. I guess she doesn't have it then. Yay!
On the bright side, it gives you an attunement slot, but
It
the
does.
amulet he's handing you also requires attunement.
Yeah, I already made way for that. So hat of disguise.
Let's not forget that if we can find some way to, free you, then you should be able to get all your things back and go back to your normal life. But this will give you the time you need to, either to hide or to find the evidence that we desperately need to clear your name.
Yeah. Or, just get me off the hook. Can't believe I lost the wings. It's fine. It's fine. We can do this. So, how long until the other me is ready?
Once I start, it'll take about 12 hours. It's a long casting. There's really not much that you can do to help me, unfortunately.
Right.
But
Well, I could.
it's
pick
probably
up
best
in-
not to go out of the shop until we're
Oh,
completed.
okay. Yay, so for 12 hours, we're okay. Okay. Yep. I mean, if you want, I could pick up dinner or something.
Well, again, once I start, I can't really stop. Not even to eat.
Right.
You should sleep. Take a bath. Just try to relax.
Yeah, of course. I should. Yes. 12 hours. Okay. Okay. Anything you need before then, or?
When she says that, Callum kind of confidently walks up and, gives her one big kiss and
Aw.
then grabs a little bit of her hair and cuts it off. And
I think with that, I shall go to the workshop and I'll see you, both of you, in a few hours.
Yeah. 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 Yes. Yeah. Mm-hmm. I'm going to be in the other room. I'm sorry. I'm going to be in the other room. Yeah. Looking out to the street. Yeah. I'll be on lookout for that. I don't know why I'm like this. I'll keep watch out on the street.
Excellent.
and Callum turns and heads to the workshop.
All right.
Kevin Zara will keep watch out in the street just to make sure that nothing funky is going on while attuning to the hat of disguise
All
and
right.
the amulet.
Anything you would like to do while on your way to your destination during the travel time? And we cut forward to Callum getting back to the workshop and beginning his casting of the simulacrum spell.
And by the workshop, I mean just like upstairs. Like I wasn't
Yeah.
doing it
Gotcha.
outside.
Okay.
Yeah, I
Job
was
or
very
anything.
Because I was confused because I thought you were at the workshop with the exchange, but that
Sorry,
makes a
I
lot
meant my
more
workshop
sense.
inside
Gotcha.
the actual store.
Yeah. I
Gotcha.
was
That.
ooh.
Thank you for the clarification. And with that, Callum gets to work. Zara, as you are making your way and preparing your attunement, go ahead and roll me a perception check.
Do I need to?
Absolutely.
Ah, fuck. Okay, I was hoping you'd say
Unless you'd
no.
rather do a backflip.
I would rather do a backflip. Okay, just 1 second. Uh, 25.
25. Then, almost as if by complete chance, as you're making your way out into the street, you swear you spy Nari and Tuli in the back of a carriage whizzing by with somebody that you don't recognize heading further up Elm Street.
You know, I really want to follow them. I desperately do, Ryan. I desperately want to follow them. I do. I really do. But
You've got 12 hours. Callum's
I-
going to be busy.
I guess with one kind of like no, she doesn't. I guess with one guilty look, Kevin's kind of gonna slide outside and do her best to act nonchalant as she's following the group. Can she use the hat yet or no?
After a little bit of finagling, you do start to change your form. What does Zara look like?
Yes, I actually have a picture of it that just 1 second.
You sent it on the 5th.
I did. I sent it on the 5th.
Yeah. I can copy it if you want to.
Oh, no, you already did. Okay. Like this, I think. Nope. Yep.
That's it.
There we go, like that.
That's dope.
Steve Buscemi.
You're out of your element.
I'm sorry?
Nothing.
All right. And before long, your shape does change into this new image as you picture it in your mind's eye. You don't feel any different walking through these streets, but you do notice your hands look different from your own hands. Are you remaining the height of a halfling?
Can I just be like a foot taller?
Absolutely, if you choose it.
Oh, yeah, definitely. A foot taller. So instead of being 3'1", I'm now 4'1". I'm not going to reach for this star.
Not crazy.
As a halfling, you're 3'1".
Yes. I specifically wrote for my height taller than you, and then in parentheses 3'1".
So that's really funny because Callum's 3'11". I figured he was the shorter one.
No, Kevin's the shortest one. But no, now she's 4'1" and she looks like this. So how do you do? But is she able to keep up with the group, with the carriage?
It does noticeably start to outpace you even as you're sprinting up the streets, and you know it's only going to be a matter of time before you lose it. But that's when it starts to slow as it approaches its destination, slowing to a stop nearby the Hamptony district of the neighborhood. As the carriage comes to a stop, you see your 3 compatriots hop out, pay the cab fare, and make their way down the street. And them on foot, just walking, you have no problem catching up. It's going to take about 5 minutes or so as the camera whooshes up the street and focuses in on Thule, Nari, and this strange individual with Rafal's sword. How would the 3 of you like to start investigating your bounties?
Well, Mr. Bounty Hunter, you are the expert here, so what what do we begin?
Well, I think the logical first thing to do is turn to magic.
Okay. Please tell us with your infinite knowledge, what kind of magic?
Your scrying ball, maybe?
That won't work.
Okay. Next
Or at least
plan.
it wouldn't work well.
Next plan. We go around and we ask people.
I am really good at talking to people. I could do that. Excuse me. She's gonna like walk over to, is there like a store or something?
There are a couple of cart shops set up along the sides of the street outside of actual stores, like
Yeah.
brick and mortar stores.
She's gonna go to like one of those cart people.
And what Rafal would like to do is watch her. And he wants to watch and see if there's anybody listening to her and that, might go running to tell somebody or anything like that.
Yeah. Go ahead and roll me a perception check, Rafal, as Nari begins approaching the first stranger she sees.
And she's gonna like take a minute to look at the cart, like the goods that they're selling, and speaking and just kind of like small talk start. Be like, oh wow, what is this over here? This seems very interesting. I have not seen a wooden spoon with this craftsmanship in quite some time. Very fancy, very nice, very durable. I can tell this was made from good wood over here. Yes, very nice.
The dwarven individual you're talking to has a couple of light layers of furs on, who's in the process of whittling out the next set of silverware out of pieces of wood. He stops moving his knife to look you a bit more closely to see if this is intended as some sort of a jape against his craft to take offense at, or if you seem genuinely interested in his wares.
Genuine. She's being as genuine as she can possibly be about any sort of wooden spoon. Very genuine.
In that case, roll me a charisma check.
A 16.
Oh,
that's a
he's very
save.
messy.
Wait, why is that a save? Oh, I clicked the wrong button. I'm sorry. A natural 20.
He hops off of his stool, tucks away his latest project as well as his small knife, and kind of brushes off some of the splintered shavings that were piling up in his lap. Oh, yes, these are all recent carvings, of course. They happen to be of some of my latest collections, and so everything that I have learned along the way has been put into these sets. Is there a particular piece that you're looking for? Tongs, spoons, ladles?
Well, I was really hoping to get a really good sturdy ladle. I know someone who's a fantastic cook, and it's just, I just feel like it really helps the dish when you've got the perfect utensils to use,
Not a lot of people know this. Most people seem to think that the craft lies within the scoop itself, but I'm the kind of individual who thinks that a solid, sturdy handle is what really makes for a good ladle.
Oh, yes, without a doubt. I mean, the bowl, the scooper is one thing, but if you don't have a handle to hold it and yield it, then what good is the bowl it's attached to, Like, oh, you are my kind of person.
Most certainly. So just a ladle for you, or would you like the whole accompanying set?
You have an entire set?
I could, if you're interested in the whole set, that is, let it go for 12 silver pieces.
Oh my goodness, what a steal that would be. I mean, and she's gonna like, take her time kind of inspecting each piece, and she's going to nod and be like, yeah, this is going to be the perfect accessory to our kitchen. I can't imagine going another day without it. I will accept this, yes.
Oh, most precious.
Now I
Allow me to wrap those up for you as he just starts effectively rolling up the cloth that they're all kind of displayed on as he starts rolling up these 10 or so pieces of kitchen cutlery.
And as he's rolling that up, she's going to get 15 pieces of silver out. And as he's rolling, she's going to, so, like, I've been noticing cooking here recently that some of the people around here have been saying that we should not be using the water. What is that about?
Ah, yes, unfortunately, there was a bit of an incident, it seems. I'm not sure if it was due to sewage overflow or what, but rumor has it that young Willifern was, conducting a couple of experiments trying to find a cheaper alternative to healing potions, but dumping his less than successful products into the public well, which has caused a bit of corruption to seep out. And some of the locals have fallen sick. Needn't worry though. The town's guard have been notified, and they assure us that everything will be made right swiftly as soon as they get around to it.
This kid, I mean, where do you even begin to start making
As
fake
this
health potions?
conversation is being had between Nari and this cart keep, this silverware seller, Rafal looking around, looking up and down the alley, you don't see anybody particularly taking note or interest of you as they might walk by. However, about 50 feet back in the direction you guys were heading from, you do catch just the silhouette of somebody scampering up one of the walls towards the rooftops. And they look to be gazing down at the three of you.
Does he?
Never seen this person before. They look to be about 4 feet tall, long brown hair.
Oh.
A yellowish cloak draped around their shoulders. Gray leathers.
Rafal's not gonna do anything drastic. He's just gonna keep watching Nari.
Sure.
So this kid just thought it was fun to put stuff in the water. I mean, don't they know that we need this water? My goodness, kids these days. Where does one even begin to start brewing such potions?
Well, every academy has its dropouts and failures, and those who go on to lead less than successful lives have to earn their keep somewhere else, doing something else. And others tend to look for shortcuts, but I believe it's an honest day's work that makes an honest day's pay.
Oh, this work. Oh, this is just incredible. She's gonna like pick up one of the spoons, like he's wrapping him. She's just gonna pick up one of them again and just be like, this work. I mean, you obviously have much to be proud of here. I'm just blown away by the craftsmanship. I just wish more people in this city were more like you, who really took pride in their work, because there's just a lot of.
And I certainly wish a keener eye to one's craftsmanship could be as appreciative as your own.
And she will just smile at him and nod. And so he's a drop. Okay, I'm just trying to figure out.
But I do have several other sets of cutlery available if you're interested.
Oh, I mean, it's not the fact that I'm not interested. It's just, sometimes you just have to stick to a budget, unfortunately.
Certainly, but you wouldn't want to be caught dead using the same cutlery for different holidays. That would be most, embarrassing.
Oh, incredibly so. I mean, you can't have that. I have an interesting offer to possibly make with you. And okay, like DM legit. These spoons are a real deal, right? They look really like nice quality.
They're pretty nice, carved.
I don't know if you're familiar, but there's an inn not too far from here, the Phoenix Feather Inn, and I think it would be really beneficial. I am a part owner in it, and I think it just you have these skills that I think we would need in such fine craftsmanship. I just think our inn could really use such quality items such as yours to use for the holidays for the people coming and eating and going and where's about. And I just think it would really do you good if you were to speak with our what would we call him, manager, our manager, Bickerstaff, and just let them know that Nari sent you. And I think we could come up with a really nice business deal.
Oh, sure. Just how many sets are you looking for the Phoenix Feather Inn?
Oh, well, that would definitely be something you'd have to speak with Bickerstaff about, because honestly, I know that we've got, like, I don't know, 5 or 6 tables in there, and then there's all the different holidays. And I mean, when people come in, you don't want to reuse the same ones right after. You need to make sure you got proper cleaning. And so, I mean, I just think it might be some time. But that's probably something we could figure out.
Oh, no, certainly. It's just I'm only one dwarf, and I only have so many to sell, and a craft of such quality does take time.
Oh, no, of course. Like I said, it's just something I figured it threw out in the air there.
Well, I will certainly make my way down Elm to ring up this Bickerstaff fellow.
Yes, and just make sure you let them know that I sent you.
Nari, was it?
Yes, Nari, indeed.
Oh, very well then.
And you said this dropout. I could find him around here, yeah?
He's bound to be stirring up trouble somewhere around.
You know those kids, of course.
Between him and the thugs that he's been associating with, though, I'd be surprised that if the city guard don't make him a priority sooner than later.
Oh, I definitely hope so. We probably want someone like that off the streets as soon as possible, right?
It would be safest for the kids, after all.
Oh, definitely. And everyone else who's involved around here. I mean, if he's poisoning the waters, that can't be healthy. This is Nari justifying murder, in case anyone's wondering.
No, we're picking up on it.
Okay.
I didn't catch that. I thought you were just trying to buy spoons.
I don't know. Everyone makes
Yeah,
mistakes.
that's true.
These things are bound to happen sooner or later. Just some people probably favor having a face to point towards to put this blame on.
It's sometimes easier to blame people, yeah. Oh, well, these are just beautiful. She's going to put the silver down and get her spoons and tuck them away in her bag. And it has been really a pleasure. And I really hope we're going to be able to do business in the future. I know the person I have in mind to gift these to will just be ecstatic to have such quality items. Thank you for your time.
Well, thank you for saying so. You've certainly made my day a bit brighter.
It was my pleasure. And she's
As
going
he
to
outstretches the now wrapped up cutlery towards you.
Yeah, perfect. She'll take it and stuff it in her pack. How many spoons did I get for fucking 15 silver? What did I just buy?
I think you just bought a whole cutlery set.
I'm putting it in my inventory now. Information, okay, guys, you gotta talk to those people.
So, what did you find out?
I was clicking the wrong button. Well, he's definitely around here somewhere. He's been poisoning the wells. He hangs out with thugs. He's just an all-around really bad person. I could tell right off the bat from his vibes that, oh man, he's just trouble. He's a dropout from the academy, so he probably may have a trick or two up his sleeve. But they said that he causes problems around here pretty often, so it shouldn't be too hard to find him. So she's gonna kind of shrug, and I got some spoons. They're really nice quality.
Mm-hmm. So, about these people that he hangs out with, did you get any information about that?
They're thugs.
Great. Do we know what they look like?
Do we know what he looks like?
I got distracted in the conversation of the spoons.
Could you go ask him?
I feel like that's really suspicious. I don't want him to think I'm here just for information. Okay. And she'll go back and be like, I'm sorry. I just had one more question.
I can make them in other woods as well, but if I'm being honest, cherry is my favorite variety.
Reasonably
smells
so.
a bit better when
It smells
carved into
better,
it.
and I mean the color, though. Can you really beat the cherry wood? Look at that
If you
color.
can find the right lacquer, it'll really make it pop. But if there's something else you were interested in,
This kid. I'm sorry. I just cannot believe someone would do that. What does a person like that even look like?
I'm sorry, who?
The one who poisoned the waters with their magical potions of.
Oh, well, he's a blonde-haired half-elf, kind of hard to miss with the metallic shimmer to his eyes.
Oh yeah, and you said he's hanging around the gang, right? Like, oh, I didn't even know we had a gang in this
No,
neighborhood.
certainly not. I wouldn't consider him a gang, but certainly some brutish figures.
Some Brutus, so they're not. Okay, that's good. That way, I was afraid there was a gang in the neighborhood. Like, oh man, how scary would that be, right?
Oh, that would be most frightening. I certainly wouldn't want to set up shop in the midst of a gang's territory.
Definitely not. They're scary enough, right? I mean, sounds terrifying. They're these like really buff, scary-looking people.
They walk around openly displaying their weapons, and a couple of them have the sort of a tribe-like tattoos on their face that they just look like, rabble rousers.
Gotcha.
If you spy them, you'd be better off just crossing to the other side of the cobble.
Good to know. Yeah, I definitely don't want to get involved in something like that. Oh man, okay. These cherry wood ones, you've got an eye for it. It's very nice, very nice. I have a good day. Bye.
Take care, I suppose.
Okay, so he's a half elf, blonde elf, shimmer in his eye, and there's some tribal face tattoo people he hangs out with.
That's a little more to go off of.
He makes cherry wood spoons too. Out of cherry wood. Have you seen cherry wood? It's very pretty.
What does that have to? Anyways. Okay.
I guess we continue down the road looking for tribal tattooed people and a blonde
half elf
with a shimmery eye. Shimmery.
So with a description, as you guys continue making your way up, passing by the occasional carts of fruits, vegetables, freshly butchered meats, and all manner of grains, alcohols, and curious brews, go ahead and roll me a perception check. Whoever's taking the lead.
Who has the highest perception? I think it's Nari, right?
I have +5.
I have +7.
I also have +5, but I get advantage on mine.
Pretty sure it's Zara.
She's
not with us, is she?
Zara's not here.
Yeah, Zara's dead.
All right, then Rafal will do it. Do I have advantage?
You have a straight roll.
I could give you. Never mind.
10. You know what? I'm going to use my inspiration.
Roll again.
Ouch.
Oh, wow. That hurts.
It's not the most crowded street, and given the description of the half-elf, you're focusing on passerbys' ears in particular, and there's the occasional pointed ear tip, but not of a blonde half-elf. It doesn't look like he's down this street.
Okay, I don't think we're just going to, by chance, run into him on the street.
I could try scrying on him. Since I've only heard of him and have a base description, I can't really guarantee that it'll work, but it won't hurt to try.
I mean, I can't think of anything else. Can you?
They mainly did say that they got problems in the neighborhood.
We could head
I feel
over.
like walking around won't hurt too much.
Yeah, but...
I mean, We're right by Baylor's retreat. I could just pop in there and ask Reese if he knows of any whereabouts. If he's there.
I mean, he maybe picked up some information since this morning, but it's been, just a few hours.
Let's try scrying.
That's fine, too. We'll go into, this alleyway.
While you guys go to the Baylor's retreat, I could go check with the wharf rats and see if they know anything.
Oh yeah. I'm sure they've probably seen him.
That's really smart, Fall. Using our resources. Look at us go.
Okay. So Rafal's going to go to the Phoenix Feather Inn and look for Shelby.
All right.
And then
As you make your way back down Elm Street, you notice that figure is keeping a close distance to the other two, hopping rooftop to rooftop.
Do they follow me or do they follow the other two?
That's a good question. Rachel, who do you follow when they split up?
I guess, because buddy system, she'll follow Rafal.
They're
but she
following
doesn't know
you.
it's her fault.
Wait, yeah, fuck him. She'll follow Thule and
The
What's
other one.
Amanda's character's name?
hold on, Nari.
The cat.
Amanda the cat, yes.
Amanda the cat.
Well, is she able from that distance? Nah, fuck it. Nah.
To shoot him? Absolutely.
Yes.
Probably.
Oh,
Yeah.
No, I was gonna ask if she can discern that it's a disguise, but why would she? I mean, no.
What about the robot?
The robot is at the Phoenix Feather Inn because this is essentially a stealth mission.
Nice.
And he
No,
can't
wait.
fit into the swords later.
No, wait. Because Rafal is still wearing the crown.
He's wearing the sword.
He has the sword.
No crown.
Kevin would kind of be able to see that, right?
Yeah.
Only a perception check.
Ah, yeah.
He does have Rafal's sword.
Can Kevin insight this character? Why is he wearing this sword?
Roll me an investigation check. Something about the way this figure walks and moves, combined with some of the gear that you see him strapped with, does lead you to think this might just be a similar effect to what's disguising your appearance.
He's fine. She'll continue to follow Thule and Amanda's character, Nari.
All right.
Amanda's character.
Thule
Sorry.
and Agrimar, Amanda's character.
Amanda Mar.
Amanda Mar.
Amanda Moore.
Sorry, but no,
I'm
she'll
good. I'm good. I'm gonna go get a
she'll
drink.
follow them
No.
because at
It's
this,
Narmelian.
because Rafal can handle himself, and it's not like she loves someone behind who's potentially very fine.
So as you make your way back down Elm Street, it's maybe a 10-15 minute walk before you're back at the front of the Phoenix Feather Inn. Entering inside, you can see the place is all abustle with Bickerstaff manning the bar, Shreve running drinks and trays of food from one table to another, and the occasional sounds of all sorts of happenings back in the kitchen. You can see Agrimar seated in his large metallic chair, not too far away from the hearth fire, and he's just got a very deep look of contemplation across his face. Like he's lost in thought and doesn't even recognize as you enter.
Is Shelby around?
You know she's probably upstairs in one of the rooms.
Rafal's gonna like nonchalantly just walk upstairs.
You make your way up, give a knock on the door, and before long you hear the faintest of whispers on the other side. No, get out of it. Go hide in the closet. You get under the bed. As you start to hear small feet just kind of pattering and scrambling as the lock unlatches and opens, and you see Shelby alone in the room. Oh, it's Rafal! As just from just about everywhere in the room, you start to see child's faces peeking out from behind the curtains. One opens the closet. A couple slide out from under the bed.
He like pulls down the sunglasses. How could you tell it was me right away?
Well, you're the only one that knocks.
Fuck. Hey, I got a question for you.
Shoot.
You ever heard of a kid from the neighborhood named, what was his name?
Yokrun Willifern.
Blonde-haired elf kid?
There was a guy selling potions not too long ago, just up the road.
That's the one.
Yeah, and she gives you kind of specifically the street name that she saw him where he was posted up.
You know where he and his gang might hang out at?
He's part of a gang?
I don't know. They said he was hanging with some unseemly folk that brandish their weapons in public. Anybody like that in the neighborhood?
Oh, I did see a couple of, well, sometimes the merchantmen will hire bodyguards in order to keep their wares safer, especially if their wares are a bit more valuable, like gem crafters and such. It's a lot harder to swipe a gem whenever it's being protected. If you catch my drift. But, yeah, I think I remember the guy. Tanned half-elf. A couple of thugs nearby. He didn't look to have anything particularly interesting or resellable. But he was
trying to we're just trying to help the neighborhood a little bit, you know?
Well, if you're going to go talk to him, last I saw him was up Smith Alleyway.
All right. Oh, I'll check it out. You kids stay out of trouble.
Will do. Can't promise anything.
Well, if you do get in trouble, please call me, okay? Don't try to break out of jail by yourself or anything like that, okay? Call me if you're in trouble, okay?
Are we in trouble?
No, it's something else. Sorry I even mentioned it.
Oh, all right. Well, goodbye, Rafal.
Bye.
As you make your way back out from the room, you hear the soft click, and all manner of just laughter erupts from inside of the room as soon as the door closes.
And then Rafal's gonna head back to the Baylor's retreat. He'll stop by and talk to Agrimar on his way out.
Agrimar, isn't he still in the
Hello,
temple?
Rafal.
Ryan said he was here at the.
He's here now because Lucas is back.
Hello.
Wait, how could you tell it was me? Disguise is doing nothing.
No, you're just terrible at holding yourself as another person. You're too regal.
Well, I guess if the
slump your shoulders.
If the people that know
down.
me best couldn't tell it was me, then I guess we would have problems. Anyways.
Oh, by the way, you have a bad habit of making your cape billow.
I don't have hair in my cape right now. We're going to do some bounty hunting. If you'd like to come, you definitely are going to have to disguise yourself because you stick out like a sore thumb.
With all due respect, Rafal, I personally am not a fan of bounty hunters.
Me neither, but we're doing it for Nari, if you catch my drift. And I've made this shall we say acquiescence.
For someone who
help
doesn't
her.
want to, us to sacrifice a lot, she really wants us to sacrifice a lot, doesn't she?
That's a very accurate statement.
Becoming the thing that both of us don't really like. I have no means of disguising myself, though.
Well, I suppose it wouldn't be too out of place for you to travel with Thule, who is also not disguised.
I mean, we are a couple after all.
It would give me a cover for why I came here. Oh, I was coming to get you for her. Perfect. Let's go.
Ta-da! Let's go.
And go you shall. As the two of you make your way out from the Phoenix Feather Inn, because it just got back, you're heading to the Baylor's Retreat?
Yeah, to meet up with the gals.
All right. So meanwhile, a few streets back up the road, Nari and Thule are continuing their investigation. How would you like to proceed?
I mean, I was gonna try to scribe first, and if that worked, then that would mean I don't have to pay Reese for information.
Just gonna do it out in the open?
No, I'll duck into an alleyway, pull Nari along with me.
So what's it look like as Thule prepares her scrying orb?
She'll like sit on the just sit on the ground. She doesn't care if it's like dirty or whatever, and then just plop the orb down and kind of hover her hands like around it, and like her eyes kind of, instead of like the usual just pitch black, they kind of get like a white glow to them as she focuses on the name of this person. That's all I've got is the name. He gets a +5 to his save modifier. It's a wisdom save.
Right. Well, he rolled a total of 16.
That is a fail.
Nice.
My save DC is 17.
As Thule's eyes go white, there's an image that begins to appear within the orb as a tanned half-elf is just walking along the cobbled street, chewing an apple as he walks through the township. Their clothes are visibly a little worse for wear, with some patches on the cloak being a distinctly different color than the rest. He has a bandolier with several different colors of potion vials strapped to it, and he looks to have a smug look of blissful ignorance across his face. There are a couple of shadows that follow closely behind him, but because the scrying is focusing on him, you're unable to make out features about these others, but there look to be 3 individuals keeping close proximity.
Is she able? Is it possible to make out any discernible buildings around him?
Roll me a perception check at disadvantage.
So would that be a straight roll then? Because I automatically get advantage with the eye patch.
Then yes.
18.
You're focusing on kind of the surrounding alleyway that he's walking up and down. And something about that kind of that tapestry of cloth, that teal color, like you would have sworn you saw it, and then it clicks. Like you guys passed by that very alleyway on your way here while in the carriage. You might have just glimpsed it out of the corner of your eye, but you've seen that alleyway where he's at. It's just like maybe 4 or 5 streets to the south.
Oh, sweet. So we'll probably run into Rafal and Agrabah on the way over there. Right, yeah, she'll like rather abruptly end the scrying. I know where he is.
Oh, well, perfect. Let's point the direction.
We're going back the way we came.
Okay, yeah, I'll follow you. You know where we're going. So,
Tulia will probably take off like in a sprint, honestly, just to make sure like this guy doesn't go anywhere.
Sure.
yeah, and
Tuli quickens her
Nari's
pace
right
a bit.
out after. I can keep up, no problem.
As you guys start proceeding in the direction that Tuli is leading, go ahead and roll me a perception check, each of you. As you pass by the first couple of alleyways down Elm.
22.
Tuli, you don't
I was
spy
19. I didn't see it click. Sorry.
the man that you're looking for. However, the softest of scrapings of boot across roof tile catches your attention as you turn back and catch sight of somebody leaping from one rooftop to the next. They look to be following you. This brunette-haired woman with tan skin and a yellow cloak with gray leathers.
She's gonna
Maybe
slow
50
down.
feet back.
She's gonna slow down a bit and let Nari know. Someone's following us. A woman with brown hair.
Why? That's strange. And
I don't know.
Nari's
I
gonna
don't
do like a
recognize
glance
her.
back, like obviously not looking at the rooftops because that's not where she pointed her out at. See if she can get a look at her. Probably doesn't see her though.
So Zara, your quarries currently have stopped. One of them is looking up towards you. Are you continuing to try and trail them, or would you like to try and hide?
Yeah, she'll attempt to hide, but what she'll do is she'll go further, she'll run past them and then duck out of cover so it doesn't look like she was trailing them. It was just a she'll try to make it look like it was a coincidence.
Roll me either a performance or a deception check for it.
Ooh.
Can I roll insight on that?
Absolutely.
Oh wait, that's what she rolls.
14.
27.
Tuli, you catch this figure scrambling off of the rooftop, and something about the way that she's climbing rings familiar to you. Like the way that she's always trying to do an extra flip from rooftop to rooftop. That's Zara.
Hell yeah.
There's 2 bear paws coming off her ass.
She's gonna like audibly breathe a sigh of relief. It's just Kevin.
Oh. Nari's still just like looking behind her in like
she's not
the
behind us
streets. Oh.
She thought she could be sneaky and act like she wasn't following us.
Oh, well, I guess. I mean, I didn't see her, so I guess good for her and good for your eyes, Tuli. I mean, look at you go. She's gonna like elbow you.
I mean, it's definitely better than the last time Kevin was after me. Although she's not really after me this time. I don't want to get my ass kicked again.
Look at us. We have half the party disguised as people who aren't actual people, and
Not confusing at all.
what an exciting day this is. Let's continue?
Yeah, let's keep going. She's gonna use her once they get close to the alleyway that like she recalled. She's gonna use her earring to see if like Rafal's within range.
What do you say?
Rafal, we found the alleyway that I was successful in scrying on Willifern and was able to find the alleyway. It's like,
Is it Smith Avenue?
It is.
yes.
Perfect. We'll meet you there.
So with that, a few moments pass by before the two of you catch sight of Agrimar and Rafal approaching from the south. And the two parties begin to converge on this alleyway.
Just a warning. He has about 3 people with him. All I saw were shadows. I couldn't actually see them.
Okay.
Well, I
cool.
have 3 people with me too.
Look at that, Nari. Maybe you'll get 4 out of this.
That would be really helpful. I should probably let these celestial souls go because I will not be eating another one of them.
Just keep Severus in there. I don't think we want to let him out yet.
No, I'll keep him. Okay, well, yeah, I'll walk down the the alleyway that they pointed
All
out.
right, as Nari takes the lead. You start proceeding down, and the alleyway does start to open up after about 100 feet or so. And where it starts to open up, it begins branching off into other side streets as more shops and taverns and restaurants and booths and carts and all sorts of wares are just kind of loosely spaced wherever they're able to fit between the buildings. There are some open patios overlooking the city, down the streets down below, as you can hear patrons dining. And the city is all a hustle and bustle. Nari, since you're in the lead, go ahead and roll me a perception check.
24.
About 300 feet ahead of you, you make out a tanned half-elf individual who's tossing an apple core just off to his feet. 3 kind of brutish-looking individuals are keeping a close tail behind him, each within about 15 feet of him at the most. You see Willifern.
And this is like out in the open visibly?
He's making his way up this street towards you, but he's currently about 300 feet out.
And we're still in an alleyway?
The alley has opened up into more of a street, a loose market.
If he's still walking this way, I'm just going to kind of camp out in the alleyway for a second and just kind of see the direction he goes. And then if we follow, because you said he's heading this way. So if he starts, I'll follow him when he goes to a different direction. But yeah, just kind of.
Those with a passive perception above 15 also spot this half-elf as he stops at one of the nearby vegetable carts and starts inspecting some of the wares, picking one up, turning it over, putting it back down, picking up a tomato, giving it a sniff, rubbing it a little bit on his jacket, and then tossing the vendor a couple of loose coins before he's continuing in his stride. Followed by these 3 bandits effectively behind him, the bodyguards.
And I'd like to, hey, we're in a market. I'd like to wait till he's, not in the middle of a whole bunch of people to, confront him.
So it's not as crowded as, say, the Golden Market, but there are a loose scattering of people here.
Yeah, I'm just going to
There's maybe
wait till he
20 people between you and him in that 300 feet. Most of them look to be preoccupied with whatever vendor they're in front of, talking wares and discussing prices. You can hear bartering going on in the exchange of coin. And the lightest of footsteps as someone behind you jumps from rooftop to rooftop.
Pitter patter, pitter patter. Nevermore. Yeah, I just don't want to murder him in broad daylight, so I'm just kind of gonna wait till he.
Well, it is late afternoon and the sun is getting low. So within the next 30 minutes or so, the sun's probably gonna set.
Oh God,
Shadows are growing longer.
And so is my tummy. It's getting hungrier. So, yeah, I'm gonna wait till he goes to leave this little bitty area and the road he goes down. She's gonna try and actually I'm gonna kind of look to everyone and be like, make sure that they notice where he is, and then I'm gonna take a page from Zara's book and I'm gonna climb onto one of the rooftops.
All right.
Just so you know, someone's gonna have to point him out to Tuli. She doesn't know where he is.
I
Well, yeah, I would have
Who?
made sure you guys were aware. Before she goes and climbs up to the rooftop, she's gonna, because she and Tuli, walking side by side, she'd be like, he's over there. He's that one. He just ate. He bought a tomato. I'm sure that's a devious thing to do.
Tomatoes aren't that great, so yes.
She's gonna kind of shrug, and then she's gonna kind of just go to the building and feline agility or fucking whatever it is. She doesn't have a climbing speed or penalty to climbing, so she got climb that bitch and be on the rooftop, and then just kind of stalk him until he leaves the busier area and goes to a road to leave the market or an alleyway to leave, or
if he's heading towards the alleyway that we just came out of, we could have somebody posted at the other end that we came in from, off the road.
block him in.
Cut him off.
So that way we could, cut him off, block him in on both sides.
I like that plan as long as he walks towards the right alleyway.
I mean, if you grab his attention, he certainly will.
We have enough people where we could box him in.
Oh yeah, easily.
If you can just get me close, I should be able to just stop them all in their tracks.
It just depends on. Do you want me to call him over?
Or Tuli can put me within 60 feet of them.
Like I said, I just don't want to make a big scene, and there's
we don't want him to be
people.
in the midst of people.
I don't want
planning on killing him.
Yeah. Of course, Tuli, if you can give us a door to an alleyway that they are next to, then we can. I can hold them.
Yeah. Okay. Is there an area
We can wait for Nari to give us a signal.
Yeah.
Well, I can bring you to the map at about the section that you guys are at that he is walking toward.
Perfect.
If you'd like to plan your ambush.
Yes.
Let's see, where's your recent tokens? I can unclip. Copying! Bringing you over.
Okay, there we go.
Nari, would you like to climb the north building or the south building? Zara, would you like to be on the north buildings or southern buildings?
Let me see.
I vote south for me.
So odd. It's going to be on the south, even.
Oh, I'm getting PTSD from this map.
There's not a whole lot of city alleyway maps.
So isn't this also the map you used when Kevin and Tuli did their weapons dealing?
Yep.
This is the one that Agrimar almost died in, right?
Yeah.
It's going to be on the north.
This is where
North.
Callum turns into a giant owl.
This is where the rat folk were, I think. This
She's gonna be
alleyway
on-
has been many things.
I don't know what you're talking about. This is the first time you guys have been to Smith Alley.
Just like any city architect, all the alleys look the same.
This one's named after Roger Smith, an old boxer from the days of old. So he is walking towards you with his 3 thugs from the opposite end of that alleyway.
Okay, cool. Yeah, so in that case, Nari would like to make her way, and I obviously will take turns to do this if necessary, but I'll just kind of map out my idea.
In the 300 feet that it's going to take him to get closer, you guys are free to move yourselves to position appropriately.
Yeah, I just want to get behind him, so when he comes into the alleyway, I can jump down and they'll block him from that end, and I'll be able to jump down from this end and he'll be boxed in.
Do we know
So
he's going to
this
come down this
Here is
alley?
the alleyway?
Yeah, because he's walking
back.
from right here.
think you guys are seeing more of the map than you should.
We're seeing
I
the
do
whole map.
that.
Oh my god.
Oh
There we
wow. It's very dark.
Hold on, let me turn the sun back on.
Nothing changed for me. Hold on, I'm gonna
Yeah,
refresh.
same.
Hold on, I'm gonna refresh.
Mine went cool. I went like this weird like blue
Oh,
screen.
wait.
It was awesome.
That's your dark
Yeah, I
vision.
could only see 5 feet.
I'm
Okay, let
okay.
me refresh. Hold up.
I can still see the whole map.
I can too.
Can you see the section on the left that's roof?
No.
Okay, so it looks more like an actual alleyway now, right?
Oh, gotcha. Yeah.
There's no dead end.
Yeah. Okay, so
Okay.
they're coming from over here.
Yes.
Got it. That makes more
got
sense
it.
now.
Okay.
See,
The
it's
turnover
totally an alley,
thing
guys.
was
Yeah, it
was
looked like a
fucking
dead
up.
end. Yeah.
It's an illusion.
Callum, when did you get here? I guess Rafal's going to lean against this building right here.
Thule will do the same, except around this corner, just out of sight.
All right.
Well, we'll just wait him out, since there's not really anywhere else that it looks like he's heading.
And as soon as they get to like right here-ish, Nari's going to drop down and call him out.
So they do start approaching your mark, Nari.
Yep. And then as soon as they're there, she's going to climb down from the building and she's going to yell out his name.
So he's effectively, if this were a held action, he is triggering that action.
There-ish. And I will be like, yo, girl.
And he stops mid-step. You see him pocket something that was in his hand as he turns around on his boots' heels with an audible scraping of the stones underneath them as if he's drawing it out to take longer than it should. I'm afraid we haven't had the pleasure. You know my name, but you seem to have caught me at a bit of a disadvantage. Miss...
I don't really feel names are necessary. In this situation, at least.
Well, most certainly, but I'm afraid my shop is closed for the time being. If there's anything more I can be of service to, I would be more than happy to help you during my business hours tomorrow.
I just had a few questions for you, really.
Then I'll see you on the morrow, as he turns back round slowly on his boot heels, and the 3 thugs that are accompanying him remain looking and focusing on Nari.
I would really appreciate it if you could spend the time to answer these questions today.
I'm terribly busy, you see.
Working on more of your potions?
Well, one must always practice their craft in order to better themselves at it.
Well, you see, I have this thing here, and she's going to pull out the bounty poster and hold it. That says that maybe your time might be more limited than you're hoping.
The woman in front of you just kind of sneers as you see her start to reach for the handle of her sword. Look, he said he'll talk to you tomorrow, okay?
Well, funny story is I don't really have that much time to spare, you see.
So he's effectively not stopping in his paces.
Okay, cool. Then
I was gonna do something. I was
What
waiting
you
for him
got?
to get. I was gonna look around the corner. If I saw them walking too far apart, Agamar was gonna pop out.
How far is too far?
30 feet
popped out?
from each other.
All right.
So like there-ish. Yeah. Agamar steps out. I believe that she had a question for you. It's rude to leave a woman waiting.
He stops in his paces again as he looks back towards Nari and back at the alley, kind of putting it together that he's effectively cornered here as his bodyguard steps in front of him to block Agrimar's immediate view of Yoke Room. All right, then. I suppose I could answer a few questions. About potion crafting, was it?
Well, what else do you do?
Well, what do your questions pertain?
I'm just curious what you do with the disposal of potions that have really gone bad.
Well, as I'm sure you know, in accordance with the stipulations posted from the Academy themselves, there are proper procedures for disposing of one's magical or arcane-infused byproducts.
Yes, but that doesn't mean that you use those codes.
Oh, my dear. One practicing in such alchemy as myself would only be able to do so under the watchful care and scrutiny of an academic to make sure that these things are disposed of properly. I'm sure you understand there are protocols for these sorts of things.
And who do you practice under then to make sure you're appropriately following these rules?
Well, I happen to be one such academically inclined maester myself.
So you watch your own self to make sure you follow these proper procedures?
I did undergo the proper training, as many alchemists do. Is there a particular potion that you are interested in purchasing? Perhaps I can set you up with the right connections. Or perhaps you're interested in disposing of your own arcane byproducts, discarded materials and such.
There's many things I would like to discard of in this world, but, I like to buy appropriate potions that do the job well. So I won't be needing your services for that. I just have to murder this guy, don't I? I'm just trying to... Ugh, okay, it's cool. I'm not a murder hobo, guys.
Are
You're gonna have to.
What are we doing?
You're gonna have to let him
you'll
know
have
that
to
you're
provoke him.
you're bringing him in. You're arresting him, and if he tries to resist,
Well,
that's your
he's
out.
dead.
Well,
He's wanted dead.
yeah. Well, he's gonna resist then, probably.
Okay. Well,
Nari, you
yeah.
see his hand go inside of his jacket pocket once again, and his fingers start to fumble about.
As they're walking away, Nari's going to walk closer. I know this girl isn't going to let me get too close to him, but yeah, I'm going to kind of keep pace with
Agrimar,
him.
you hear the distinct sound of a cork unplugging from a bottle.
All right, Agamar releases his spell. 5th level hold person. All 4 of them need to make a will save or wisdom save.
All right. Gonna just go left to right.
Okay. And we're going to make sure that Yokron is going to take a minus D8 for that.
All right, roll it.
Minus 5 on his save.
That is going to help with his natural 20. Because that boosts him to a 21, down to a 16 with your minus 5. And then a 12 for the black-banded woman, a 14 for the fur-trimmed gentleman, and a 10 for the orange-bearded man.
All right. All are held, Agamar will say. So as he opens his hand, a golden chain pierces each one through the heart and then holds them all in place. So they're all in a conga line being held by a chain. If you're going to do this, please make it quick, Nari. I don't like to be an accomplice to murder.
Great. using her name. Great.
Don't worry about it.
Julie will take this opportunity to step out. She's gonna, pat Agrimar on the back. They're gonna die anyways. He's wanted dead.
Hurry.
Yeah, Nari's going to make her way around and... Oh, she can only go there.
As you step around, you hear her audibly grunting in frustration, but unable to move.
They're all paralyzed, and any attacks that hit the creature are auto crits if you're within 5 feet.
The next guy that you pass by, Nari, he is straining, but much more so against the spell than focusing upon you.
Yeah, then I will. Ooh, okay, yeah, she'll use a bonus action or freaking feline agility to get the last 5 feet, and then she's going to, she's gonna flail him.
Flail away, I guess.
It's feel weird, like being a murderer.
With advantage, because he's held, I believe.
26.
It's with advantage, and then it's a crit
So this
because
is a crit.
they're paralyzed.
That hits.
There's that.
Jeez.
Do you have sneak attack?
Yeah, I have sneak attack.
You had advantage from the attack, so you get sneak attack if you have it, and it's critted.
If she chooses to.
I mean,
That
I'm
is
trying
what,
to.
13 plus 5?
So 30. Well, you said it's crit, so it's double damage, right?
It's double the dice, not double the modifiers.
Oh, gotcha. Sorry, my
So
bad.
it's 18 bludgeoning damage.
And 1. my super intense 1d6.
But because
sneak
it's a
attack.
crit, that's another d6.
7.
7 more damage with the sneak attack. You see him straining still as you slam this soulstone flail into the side of his face. You hear an audible crack from the impact as you feel something break, but he is just motionless as his eyes go wide and you just hear this.
Second
He's
attack.
still standing.
I have a second attack I'd like to use.
Anyone else like
I
this
don't
is
like being a
murder?
murderer. Though.
Yeah, I was about
No.
to say this is a bit murdery. This is definitely in the
Just straight
Just
up
wanted
murder.
it anyways.
unsavory
dead.
bit.
He's
Yeah,
dead.
but
I'm not comfortable with this guy.
Agamar looks back to
With these
Rafal.
guys held in place and Nari auto-critting this guy, you're going to have no issue killing this gentleman. As we cut forward to Nari dealing the killing blow on...
You killed the rest of them because they all just watched you murder this motherfucker.
Nari kills Willifern with this second flail
And
swing.
I'm going to use my reaction to reap his soul and put it in my soul stone.
So what's it look like as Nari reaps the soul of this half-elf?
She's a little upset right now, honestly.
How would
She's
you like to
not
siphon
super
his
happy.
soul away?
She's gonna take
Here,
this.
you'd say, Rafal, you were right.
You know what? She knew this wasn't gonna be fun, but like, damn, this sucks. She's gonna take it out. She's gonna take her heartstone out, and she's going to hold it out like above this guy. And I like magical glowy things. So there's gonna be like a little bit of like this red shimmery light that kind of comes up from him. As his eyes, as his dead eyes kind of glow. And Nari is just like looking. I know that there's this guy being restrained, but she's gonna kind of look towards Agrimar, and you just like see a tear running down her face. Like, this was not exciting or fun. Like, I'd rather murder people for reasons instead of just holding them down and giving them a fair fight at least, you know? But she knows this was necessary for today. So, yeah, and she's gonna take his soul, and yep, she's a murder hobo now.
I'll be right back.
As you reap the soul of this man, is there anything Thule or Rafal would like to do as you hear the soft scampering of feet across the rooftops moving?
Rafal just keeps he's got his hood up, not showing his face, or he's got everything kind of tucked away so no one's affiliating him with this going on right now, because fuck.
Sorry.
God, this is dark.
Julie is just gonna she's gonna dimension door to the other side in case, I don't know, anyone wants to interfere or whatever. Or if we do, and I don't know if we're releasing these guys. Or if
I don't either, because someone
Hasn't
used
been
my
decided
name.
yet.
Someone used my name, and it's fine.
Thule,
I'll hold an action.
Is
you
bounty
appear.
hunting legal?
They haven't asked about that. But with presumably the right evidence presented, you could argue your case to the guards the same way real-life bounty hunters might have to if they encountered the law in their job. Tuli, as you appear opposite this black-banded woman, you can hear the strains of frustration as they fail another save to try and break free from the hold person spell, as none of them rolled above a 10 on the second roll, so the three of them are still held firmly in place for at least the next 6 seconds.
She's gonna hold a spell as an action in case any of them break free. Oh well, no, I just used an action. Never mind.
So with that, Nari, you're up.
Nari is... Yeah, I'm not gonna go and just fucking murder them all. I know I needed a soul, so I use that to my advantage. Yeah, that was not fun. She's just gonna look to Agramar and be like, I got what they needed. If they choose to fight me, that's on them. She's gonna look to each of them. Okay, yeah, Agramar. So she's gonna look to you and be like, release them. I got what I needed. If they choose to fight, then at least it's a fair fight.
All right, I'm gonna drag this dude that's next to me, the Redbeard guy, and I'm gonna put him between the other two. Line them up, and I'll look at each of them in the eye. The bounty was for him, not for you. You can find work somewhere else, and I'll release hold person on him.
All right, the three of them continue their strained groans of frustration. Immediately, the black-banded woman pulls out her sword from her belt, raises it up at the ready in a very defensive pose as she lowers her stance, and the red-bearded man just kind of stands. Despite you releasing the spell, he just is frozen stiff right now. The gentleman with the furred collar, you see he does not go for his weapons, but raises both of his hands up. He said, looking towards Patriot, as he says, "Shiver, now's not the time to fight. It seems we are considerably out of our league. We accept the terms of our surrender." And,
I have one question before you go. Who did he work with?
Willifern,
Yeah.
well, he was typically out for himself, but there were a number of associates that he disposed of other arcane artifacts, byproducts for payment, of course.
I want their names.
I'm afraid he paid us to protect him. He didn't share specific details of his transactions, I'm afraid. One was a dark-haired woman, hair as black as hers, as he points to the black-banded woman. Hair was as black as hers, but it was a bit shorter as he kind of points towards the tops of his shoulders. There was a gentleman with the darker hair. A lot of humans kind of just look alike. I'm not really sure what you want from me.
That's all. I didn't need anything from you.
Besides his stall, where would you protect him to? Where was his home, so that way we might be able to figure out for ourselves who he was working with?
Roll me a persuasion check or intimidation check, sure. Agramar, with advantage.
I will take that advantage. Let's go with a 19. You know what? I like intimidation, so natural, or dirty 20.
As of this morning, he was living just a few streets up. We could walk you there if you'd like, or we could write it out for you to investigate on your own.
He looks to Nari. Which would you prefer?
Might I inquire, did the bounty also pertain to his employers? because we do not work for them. We were working specifically for this alchemist, solely for the purposes of defending him as he is traveling to and from his daily activities. If there's any doubt about that, you are more than welcome to count the coins in our pouch, and you will see that we are not considerably wealthy by any means.
You guys are free to go. I just don't. Maybe pick better people to work for, you know? This guy poisoned the wells and hurt a lot of people.
I hand him a parchment. Just write it down and then be on your way.
He scribbles out a couple of numbers on the piece of parchment. As without even saying anything, he bows lowly, uncomfortably, and then the three of he grabs the arms of the other two and starts to drag them back down the alley, passing Thule's way.
Agamar turns his back to them, walks to Nari, hands her the slip, leans in and says, "Don't make me do that again. I'm uncomfortable with what's going on enough as it is." And he just keeps walking.
Well, I mean, we got to bring his body in for the bounty, right? That's how this works.
Yep.
Okay, cool. Yeah, no, Nari's just gonna pick up his body then.
You could just put him in my bag of holding.
Thank you, I appreciate that.
Unless you want to lug a dead body around, you know.
Not really.
Whatever
I feel like
floats
it's
your boat.
already pretty heavy carrying his soul, so I told him to carry his body too.
Agamar looks to Rafal. Hopefully that little stunt saved us some bloodshed tonight.
Didn't.
At least we're dealing with one body and not four. I still don't like it. We gotta find a different way.
And we make our way to the Baylor's retreat. Sorry,
Rafal's
Daniel.
not going to go to the Baylor's retreat with you. He's going to go back to the Phoenix Feather Inn.
I'll walk with you, Rafal.
Thule can be a good bodyguard.
Thanks,
I mean,
Thule.
you can get out of there in a jiffy if you need to.
Exactly.
Reese is my buddy anyways, so.
So with the body in the bag of holding, it's a lot less conspicuous to travel through the city with. But the two of you make your way south through the city streets and continue along. Before long, you come across the familiar street where just down the way is the Baylor's retreat. Opening the door as the sun begins to set outside, you hear the dull murmur of the goings-on about this place as some of the crowd is starting to become familiar to you. There's the table full of the city guard that are all in the midst of their own rounds of drinking and gambling. There are a couple of other tables loosely spaced out, a few of them occupied, and a few booths line one wall of this place. And at that back booth, seated in his corner, flipping loosely through the pages of a book, is Reese, with his eye loosely on the company that surrounds him.
And I will make her way over to Reese. She didn't bring wine this time, though, but I feel like that's okay.
I mean, bringing him a bounty.
Yeah, that's true. She'll plop down next to him.
Well, salutations.
Yes, and to you too, Reese. To you too.
Well, I think you'll be happy to know that I was able to stir up some information on the individuals that you were asking about.
Well, that is really good to hear. I may have gotten some information on them as well, which is, something.
All right. Well, stop me if this is starting to sound old then. But I heard that young Willifern was...
Oh, I'm gonna stop you right there. We have him.
As a look of just shock and then kind of like, I should have expected as much, quickly passes over his face. All right. Here.
Yeah. Yeah, he's
Yeah, he's
here.
she's gonna hold up her bag. She's like, I can show you in the alleyway if you prefer. I don't think the patrons would appreciate that.
You see his tongue just kind of loops around the inside of his lips once. All right. As he closes the book, sets it on the table, stands himself up, and as he does so, several of the card games around the tables nearby just kind of stop. As he lifts his hand to make an open palm, like, relax, everybody. As he gestures towards the door to the back alley that's about 15 feet away from where he was seated. After you, of course.
Yeah, Tuli will make her way out the door.
Yeah, Nari will follow Tuli.
And Reese follows the two of you into this kind of dingy alleyway. There's the loose murmurings of what might be a song coming from about 50 feet up the way, as there's a drunk who's already heavy into his cups as he's singing out to nobody in particular. You can make out a few lines of laundry strung up to dry, dabbling overhead, but otherwise, you guys are alone here.
All right, yeah. Tuli will set her bag of holding down and reach in and pull out, tug out fucking Yoke Road Williford's body. Hopefully with his clothing still on.
There's indeed his clothing still on.
Okay. Doesn't work
It's
like
not the bag of
like a
corpse
portable
storing.
yeah.
Thank goodness. But you produce the corpse and put him on display, and Reese gives him a once over, reaches into his pocket, starts producing a couple of
Yeah, we never searched him.
oddities.
Yeah.
There's a couple of potions on his bandolier that he scoops up, one green, one white, one blue. A small coin purse attached to his belt, a couple of small knives, a few component pouches, but otherwise not much. As he, one by one, just starts placing these items into your hands. I don't think we'll be needing these, but rest assured, I think Boyle will be most pleased to hear about your progress. As for your recompense, as he reaches for a coin purse of his own from his back pocket and dumps a small satchel into Nari's hands with 20 platinum pieces.
Damn. Okay. I have blood money now. You know, Reese, I have always enjoyed doing business with you, and it's just been really enjoyable. And I just want to say, if you have people you need to get rid of in this town, I would like to help you with that. But I want to make sure that they're big and bad, and they're gonna be able to put up a fight. This guy, he seemed a little too easy, if that makes sense. I'd like to make sure that there's a fair fight ahead of me, you know?
Could I interest you in the fighting pits, perhaps? You're sure to earn your fair share of coin, at least your body weight's worth if you make your way up in the ranks.
Well, it's not the fight that I'm really looking forward to. It's just the one to make it fair, you know? This poor guy just was a mouth caught in a trap. You know? Just a little sad.
This isn't your first kill, is it?
Far from it. Just the first one that was far too easy.
I see. Well, perhaps I'll scrounge about and turn over what I can. That can
Find
be
me
a
someone that you guys are
challenge.
having a hard time getting, okay?
Might not have a bounty associated with it, but rumor has been going around that around the a few streets down from the academy, there have been some rumblings as some sewage denizens have been making their presence known, spreading to the surface and just running amok.
And she'll just kind of nod. Maybe we'll check it out. We'll see. You had the information on the second guy, though, no?
You're not just going to produce his body from that, are you?
She'll give a little smile.
No. Well, last I heard, Krath Rostrakeep had made his way back from the Strider camp before the city guard was aware that he had taken out 3 of theirs. He had been last spotted, I think, around near old MistHaven, if my contacts are to be believed, which normally their information's good. It's what I pay them for, after all. But try poking around on the western shore. If I remember correctly, he was particularly fond of the Sticky Mermaid.
That is more than enough. Thank you. Appreciate it.
And considering your success in this endeavor, I suppose I could offer up that the Sticky Mermaid does have a bit of a bar crawl of sorts that makes their way through the sewage. More often than not, some of the contestants find themselves lost in this endeavor, wandering through these sewers alone. It would be a terrible shame if something were to befall them in such places, as accidents are very prone to happen down there.
Nari's gonna kind of look at them with a knowing look and nod. Appreciate you, Reed. It's always a pleasure.
Your deficiencies will be made. I'll spread word about this to the right people. I'll do what I can about your inquiry. And we've got a team heading down to the sewers towards S5.
I think we said 5, yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
Tomorrow night. So results of that should be soon inbound.
Looking forward to hear what they come up with. I know we were planning our own endeavors, but we've got a little bit of a hiccup. So
Well, I'm looking forward to the half of our share that you bring back as well.
definitely. And she's gonna put her hand out to shake his.
He accepts it, gives it a hearty shook.
Shook. Until next time.
Be seeing you soon,
Definitely.
both of you.
Of course, pleasure seeing you again, Reese.
Next bottle's on me.
I look forward to it.
As he gives a polite bow before making his way back into the back door of the Baylor's retreat. Leaving the 2 of you alone in an alley with a corpse and a drunk murmuring on some 50 feet away.
Is there a sewage grate anywhere?
Roll me an investigation check. A little bit further up the way, closer to where that man is singing to himself, you can make out one of the iron grate bars underneath one of these larger dumpsters.
I just want to dump his body in the sewer. If that's something we can do.
You will have to find a way to open that metal grate.
About how heavy is it? Oh, wait a second. Can I use levitate on it?
On the dumpster, the body, or the grate?
The grate.
You can certainly try.
I
Holds up to
will.
500 pounds?
Yep, up to 500 pounds.
Let's see. Roll a D100 to see how much that dumpster weighs.
Oh, is the
Well,
dumpster
we
over
can
the grate?
There's a
We can
dumpster
move the
partially
grate.
over the grate.
Yeah,
Oh, we
I'll
can move the
grate.
dumpster.
Or the
Oh, you
dumpster.
can?
Yeah, I'll move
Okay.
the dumpster and then she can move the grate.
Moving the dumpster aside as Thule begins to focus on the grate. Some effort and strain can be seen as sweat starts to bead up on Thule's face, but she begins to pry the sewage grate iron away from its rusted socket that it's just been stuck in probably since it was placed here. It's a bit of a strain for you, but it is closer towards that 500-pound mark than the 100-pound or 0.
If you
But
could,
you are able to open the grate.
Right. You could hurry it up just a bit, Nari. This is a bit strenuous.
Yeah, no, she's just gonna like drag the body, dump it in real quick. Just now you belong where your potions went. May you rest in
And
peace.
she'll make sure that Nari's out of the way before just letting the grate drop back into place.
Spooking that poor drunk guy.
The reef claws can eat that bastard.
I hope they do.
You hear a sploosh of the body making impact, and then from somewhere echoing down the tunnels, a shrill kind of chitinous as reef claws can be heard scampering down beneath in the depths, splashing and swimming their way closer to the smell of something starting to decay.
That was not the most fun thing to do, Thule. I just feel a little ashamed of myself right now. He didn't even have a chance. Like, I feel like I've never just murdered anyone before. I mean, I feel like everyone's always had a little bit of. I mean, I know that there was like those rat folk that one time, but they still fought back, you know? He just sat there.
Yeah, that didn't go how I expected. I expected one of his guards to go after us, and then he would have put in 4 souls.
Yeah, but they seem like alright people, you know? I'd rather go for the bigger people, but I know this was necessary. And she's gonna like gesture to her back again. The sun's setting, getting hungry. Am I to do this again tomorrow? Because I didn't kill them all? I've got to find another way. I'm just gonna become a murder hobo for Reese.
Not really being a murder hobo. Nari, you deserve to eat too. Not just us, not just because you're undead, doesn't mean you get to starve and suffer.
He really didn't seem to care that he was hurting people doing what he was doing. And I was trying to figure out who he was as a person, but I guess in the end it doesn't matter too much, right?
Because he was young and arrogant. I've been there.
But look how great you turned out. I mean, people can change.
I don't think people like him can change.
And she's gonna nod, and since they're just in this alleyway, and we'll give the drunk guy a little bit more of a show. She's gonna take out her heartstone and consume that guy's soul because time's ticking. I don't want her to go fucking crazy and try and murder anyone. So
He eats Thule.
no, Tilly.
Nari, as you crack open the heartstone and start to siphon the soul's energy from it, that burning sensation returns to you as you feel this fire start to billow up from the depths of your core and begin to grow up your throat. And you begin to feel as this orange, white hot just starts to scream out from your mouth.
What? From a regular soul?
From a regular soul. as you feel this burning intensity start to take place, you feel sated at the feasting of this soul. You regain one of those lost constitution points.
Yay. Note taken.
But consuming the soul was a little bit uncomfortable, to say the least.
I might have to try blood. Got to find out that was. Is this like after? Is this like heartburn? Don't.
As Nari says that, Julie holds out like her wrist. Go for it, man.
Nari,
ears-
No, if you don't
something
try.
else is that burning sensation seems to linger for a few moments longer than you remember it the last time. Almost like acid reflux, you just feel it for the next few moments.
You have to mean it when you consume the soul.
No sorrow. Oh god, I don't know what that means. And she's just gonna like her ears are like. She's gonna kind of look at Tuli and look at her and be like, "I can't do that to you. Like, I don't even know what they would do. I mean, this isn't."
You don't know if you don't try. If it makes it easier, I could just cut my palm open. I just want to help.
She's gonna kind of like look around and see like if there's anyone around. She can feel Rafal's judgment over her shoulder or not.
The mumbled song at the end of the alleyway has stopped as the drunk is now kind of leaning against the wall, but his focus is now up the alleyway towards the two of you, where this display has just happened.
Maybe we should find somewhere more secluded.
Nari will nod. Yeah, I don't know what's happening to me.
Figure it out.
Excuse me, are you some kind of an angel?
The very worst kind. The kind that has fallen very far.
Angel of death.
Angel of death.
Well, we all fall down, and he just starts bellowing out another song that continues as the two of you start to make your way elsewhere. As the camera cuts back towards the Phoenix Feather Inn, as Rafal enters, the hustle and bustle about this place is remaining, but kind of Rafal's atmosphere has noticeably changed a bit as he's followed by Agrimar.
Well, I can't be part of that again.
I agree completely.
What are we supposed to do, Agrimar?
Yeah, I don't know. If she would just open up with what she actually needs, it might be, I don't know, maybe we can come up with a concoction or something.
I mean, she needs she needs mortal life, right?
I don't know. I don't know
But
how
that's
vampires work.
That's what she told us, right? Is that
That's
she has
what
to
Thervos
consume...
told her, right?
Well, true, and that guy's a liar.
I don't trust it.
No, you shouldn't.
She was fine until she died. Again.
She was fine until she died. Can I get that on a t-shirt?
I mean, do we know that she was fine? We were in town from being at the statue for all of, what, a week?
Yeah, but she didn't consume anything
Because
in
she
that time.
didn't get hungry yet.
I don't know how this works.
None of us do, Agrimar. But we don't... how long do we sit by? Well, what happens when she runs out of justifiable murders to commit?
That I don't know. Can't. I mean, she can't go on forever. Not like that.
I mean, I don't. To confront you a little bit, you were getting on my case about Kevin. I'm going to get on your case about this. Right? It's. One of those things is worse than the others, and I honestly think this is the thing that we should be doing something about when we're talking about the kind of kingdom that I would like to run. It's not the kind that just has murder happening.
Well, I had a ritual, but I think it's far gone from that now. So I something more drastic would need to be done, and I haven't worked it out yet. The only thing I do know is that if she was considered a spawn, then you have to take out the host. Which, if it is true that it was the Titan, then we definitely have a problem. If it wasn't the Titan and it was some kind of lifeblood of an ancient civilization, then I have no idea how to deal with that.
Well, it's one of two. It's Thravash or the Mad Titan. According to Nari, well, and you said that the blood that flows through her is a piece of ecstasy, so therefore, if that is what caused the vampirism, then that stands to reason.
She says that she has her soul. If she has her soul, then she shouldn't be undead. She shouldn't be a vampire.
Well, maybe she's not a vamp. Like, maybe she's not undead. Maybe she's undying. Is there a difference?
DM, can I roll a religion check or something on that?
That sounds like an Agrimar check. How does Agrimar view revenants?
It's not common, to say the least, that someone driven by such an emotion, such a thought, could persist past death and continue for a goal, but they'd be striving for that goal non-stop. And it doesn't seem like Nari has a goal, so I don't believe she's undying. She just wants to consume. That's not a goal. That's a primal feeling. That sounds like undeath to me.
Well, what responsibility do we play in allowing such a thing to run around unchecked?
It's a big responsibility, Rufal. I mean, look at what we've been able to do in the last month. How strong we are. We're all walking siege weapons. Self-control is part of it, and keeping our heads cool and self-governing and accountability from our friends goes a long way from us doing terrible things. But if she can't control that, then it has to be dealt with. Some way. Somehow. I would prefer not to kill our friend. Again. For the third time. But
what if our friend tries to kill us?
Then I will put her down. I already told her that. It was a promise. If she got out of control, I would handle it. So, as long as she doesn't get out of control, we have a little bit of time to see if we can cure it. If we can't cure it, then I will take her somewhere where she can't hurt anyone.
Oh, it's like that basement scene in Barovia. Oh, God. I don't know if anyone's played Curse of Strahd, but...
Nope.
No spoilers,
Nope.
then. Yeah, Rafal doesn't have anything else to say.
The only thing I can think of is, at the moment, siphoning off some of my powers every day in order to make something that will stop the hunger.
Won't that kill you?
No, it's just using my ample resources that I have. It's fine.
Don't you need those resources?
If it saves a friend, it's worth it. If it temporarily cures part of the condition, I wouldn't give it a second thought.
I mean, what if you die and nothing gets cured?
Well, then that would be a problem, but I don't plan on dying.
We never plan on it, Agrimar. But you're dealing with dark things. She serves a master that literally betrayed Zumeria and required the entirety of the nations to stand against.
And where there is darkness, we need shining bright lights to lead the way. And if we keep treating her like darkness, she'll just get worse.
She is getting
Because we're treating her like garbage.
No,
we gotta find a
she's
better path.
Just getting worse.
I've been treating her like garbage.
That's on you.
I'm not gonna do anything to kill myself, but I'm gonna do whatever I can to save her.
I understand, but that also means... I mean, right now, she's talking about the only way to save her is to collect the pieces of ecstasis.
Which is a terrible idea.
That's what I'm saying.
That sounds like someone being manipulated to do something would say.
That's what I was saying. I think that Thravash is manipulating her to collect the pieces for him.
Yeah. So.
Because that is why she has the curse, is it not? The drive to reassemble itself. And if the Titan was corrupted by Thravash, then I think it explains a lot of where the Golden Lotus came from.
That, and she has the terrible habit of just clinging on to anybody that will give her some form of knowledge or power she doesn't have.
Yes, well, she's in the middle of a three-way kind of ancient deity triangle of Kronos, Thravash, and Zumeria.
That was another reason why I brought up using my powers, because I was wondering if I could maybe counteract what everybody else is doing, the manipulations. I mean, I've done other things that could be considered miracles. Why not stop in that?
I mean, I don't think that there's necessarily anything magical going on in that department. I think we just have a curious cat on our hands.
Oh, no, we can't solve that. But I'm just talking about a direct line to people that are encouraging her to make terrible decisions.
She says she hasn't heard from Thravash since she got back from hell. So the decisions are hers, but they were planted by him. It's kind of one of those things where you think it's your idea, but you didn't really come up with it.
Well, let's see if we can come up with some options that will... We have to experiment. We have to figure out what works and what doesn't. And if it gets too bad, then we'll handle it then.
What is that line? And how did we not just cross it?
Well, I tried to warn about the bounty boards, but I he was that sanctioned? Was that like, or
I
was
don't
that
think so.
below?
I think we just killed somebody for the Thieves Guild.
What?
They
I
got these
didn't know
bounties
that.
from the Baylor's retreat. Now, this one probably cleaned up the neighborhood a little bit, so I'm not too upset because it makes me feel better that the wharf rats are probably a little safer with that kind of person off the streets. But it's going to get worse.
I thought she was doing a bounty for Cassandra Creed.
No. So,
Yeah, it's already gone too far, but she seems like she has her sanity. If it becomes an unending, unrelenting, non-stop, that's too far. We can't let it get to that point. Would you like a drink, Rafal?
yes, very much so.
Agarmar goes over to the bar, pours a couple of drinks, just sit there in silence.
Hey, those are 3 gold apiece.
Not now, Shreves.
Put it on your tab, Shreves.
But I'm not drinking anything.
Exactly. That's yours.
But that doesn't make any sense.
Shreves, I would love a biscuit.
Cookie!
No, one of your biscuits, Shreves.
Did you say one of my biscuits?
Yes, I didn't get a chance to try them the other night, please.
He starts rooting around in the soil of his pot and produces a dirty biscuit that looks like it's probably rock solid by now.
Nice.
Well, I did spare a couple from the last batch. It's full of nutrients now. Well, I ate what I could.
Agarmar's gonna be polite to Shreves just because he doesn't know what else to do, and he's gonna like break it open and just try to scoop out the center of the biscuit.
Shreves, it's very difficult to read a twig's emotions. But this animated stick figure remains motionless, hearing you start eating something.
I don't know why, but in my mind, Shreves is like a Tangela almost.
Oh, just like a pair of eyes and a mess of bones.
and stuff. Yeah.
Animated tumbleweed.
Yeah,
Some
like
little red shoes underneath.
Yeah, for like a bush, you know.
Wearing Sonic shoes.
Oh, God. That's the lighthearted note we needed for this episode. Shreves. I'm glad that I bought you.
Me too. I like existing.
Yeah, I'm happy you exist.
Me
Magic's a
too.
lovely thing.
Isn't it weird?
Yeah.
Well, anyways, I better let Cookie know that we're going to need more ingredients for biscuits. Oh, Cookie!
No, those biscuits are going to taste horrible, right?
I was trying to get him to balance the salt and sugar, but he's not doing a very good job.
He doesn't have taste buds.
I know, but if he's smart enough to talk, maybe he can measure.
He can't tell the difference between the two.
Look, he has one thing in life that he enjoys. I can't be the one to ruin it.
Yeah. Speaking of which, have you... should we check in on Callum and Zara? Or just leave it be for now?
I got the feeling that if they were together, that they were together, and I wouldn't want to interrupt.
That's not Never mind. He needs just drinks.
As the camera pans over to the hearth fire and transitions to the hearth fire within a workshop where Callum, after working tirelessly for the past couple of hours, carefully starting to chisel specific markings into the features of this ice sculpture in front of you. You're probably about a quarter of the way through this process whenever the soft jangle of the doorbell downstairs rings out as somebody enters the shop, and you hear the scuffling of boots as somebody quickly makes their way up the stairs of your shop towards the workshop's door, and the door flies open, and inside is a brunette-haired woman with green eyes, freckled skin. She stands at about 4 feet tall with a yellow cloak and some gray leathers.
And Callum can't really spare the focus to talk to her. He's got to keep focusing on this spell casting.
I guess Kevin Zara will drop the disguise. Callum, are you able to talk right now? Yeah,
Yeah. Simple things. Quickly.
I just saw Agamar and everyone else murder someone in cold blood.
Do what?
Yeah, I'm sorry. I was following them and they cornered a blonde half elf and his posse or whatever, and I don't know, Agramar just held them in place and just Nari killed the half elf.
And as you say all that, you can see that Callum's attention just comes more and more over towards you.
He's
And
to start over.
He starts to talk.
Murder? I can't believe they would. Oh, shit.
You see, as Callum's concentration is broken, the ice sculpture in front of him just splits apart as this last hammer with the chisel just causes a series of spider-like cracks to ripple across the surface as it just fizzles with bright light and then vanishes from sight.
I didn't mean for that to happen. I'm so sorry. I just needed to tell someone.
No, it's okay.
I mean,
we can gather up the ruby dust and I can make some more ice.
I mean, I know
Oh,
I know that we've killed people before. I have, but not like this. I mean, I've done some horrible stuff, but come on. Heck, Rafal was there, dressed as disguised like I was. It kind of looked like a fat hobo, but God, what the fuck?
something very strange is going on, and has been for a few days now. Ever since we got back from the temple. Something has gone wrong. Something happened there that shouldn't have happened.
No, maybe we've just changed, or maybe I don't know. Shit.
Look, I'm even more glad now than I was before that you're here. Something is very wrong. And I don't know.
Should we confront them or should we just wait for them to tell us?
I think we have to wait. Do they know you were there watching?
I mean, I think Thule of all people saw me, but I didn't think that anyone followed me when I came back or saw me when I was watching them. God, I don't know. Why would they do that?
I don't know either. I mean, Nara has always seemed to be in control of herself. I mean, she's fought by our sides heroically at times.
Yeah, and then the other Rafal and Agramar. I mean, I'd see Thule doing this because it's Thule. But Rafal and Agramar, Rafal was just off to the side. He knew what was happening.
I still think something went wrong at the temple. That hall with the mirrors. The room that showed your thoughts. I hadn't been long in the hallway, but there were things on the other side of those mirrors. Other things, other lives. It's possible one of them stepped out from the mirror and took over the body.
We know. I was with them.
But would you know it was still them? I saw myself there. It's just, it was a me who made very different choices. Would you really know if one of them came back?
I don't know. I don't want to believe what I saw.
We have to watch them closely.
Mhm.
There may be a way to undo it. There may be a way we can turn it back.
Maybe.
But keep that amulet on you. I know.
Yeah.
You say Thule was there. I know she has powers. She can observe others from a distance. Don't let her watch you.
Right. Yeah. What if they come by later? Should we just... What's the plan for that?
We will be ourselves. We will treat them as we always have. We just have to watch them. Because something isn't right.
Yeah. Okay, it's just... I mean, there was very little talking. No. I just can't. I don't know.
I don't know either. Look, casting a spell like this is tiring. And now that it's failed, we need to gather up the powdered ruby. We need to reset, and I need to rest for a bit.
Yeah. Yeah, of course. Yeah. I'll help with that. Do we need another one? I mean, I used up a lot of my
No, until the spell's completed, the components are not consumed. We just have to gather them. It's now in a puddle of water here on the floor.
There's a soft jangle as the bell to the shop below rings. And then again, ding-a-ling, ding-a-ling, as a couple of patrons enter the shop below.
Kevin will put on disguise, use the hat again and disguise
Wait,
yourself as the
real
same
quick.
person. What's up?
I have a question for Ryan. As the spell has not been completed yet, is the other simulacrum still there, or was it consumed when I started the spell again?
He can still be downstairs.
Okay. then I'm going to let him handle the customers.
All right.
Look, why don't you help me clean this up? And then perhaps we could have a bath and perhaps a little sleep.
Yeah. Yeah, sure, I don't feel comfortable. Okay, yeah.
As Callum starts to make his way to draw a bath, Agrimar and Rafal enter the Ridge Bottom Exchange.
I thought we were having a drink.
I thought you were wanting to go check on Zara and Callum.
No, because Agrimar basically was like, no.
I was joking. I
No.
mean, if you wanted to go see him, we can.
No, I know. I think you made a good point. Like, we should probably just let them have their space. That's what I was thinking.
All right. As the patrons who entered the shop downstairs are tended to by the simulacrum, Callum draws a bath for Zara.
You mean for Zara and Callum?
He begins to draw the bath.
But how much privacy do you think they really need?
As the camera fades away, if Amanda's back. Not yet.
I want to see if this works.
If what works?
The
Oh, that's
blood.
right. She's gonna try biting you.
Oh no,
Yeah.
she was just gonna cut her palm and put it into like an empty vial and have her drink from there. I think that's safer.
Oh, you're not just gonna let her try to bloodlet you? You don't trust her?
She trusts Nari, but if Nari is unsure and doesn't want to do that, then there's a plan B. Julie always has plan Bs. And C.
It's a stake to the heart. That's
No,
high quality
that's
blood
good.
you're rejecting right there.
She trusts Nari.
I really hope Nari remembers what she and Agrimar talked about.
I'm back-ish. I'm trying to get Charles to brush his teeth, sorry.
So as the camera returns to Nari and Tuli as they are making their way towards a secluded street, out of some of the nearby street lanterns' light, so that the two of them are alone. There are no prying hobos singing songs nearby.
So Nari is going to take Tuli's arm. You know, she's like offering it out to her, and she's going to hold it there for a second. And she's going to look at Tuli. And she's going to like clasp Tuli's hands in like both of hers, you know? So she's holding one of Tuli's hands in both of her hands, and she's going to look at her and be like, no. There's got to be another way. I'll figure this out. I can't let this control me. You know, I've always lived a life where I'm in control of what I'm doing, and that wasn't right what happened today. So
You don't even want to try? Nari, if
No.
it helps, I want to help.
I just did what I needed to do. It's not necessary right now. I mean, I will take you up on your offer if and when it's necessary, but right now it's not necessary. I'm content. I'm okay. I'm not starving. I'm not hungry. It's controllable.
You were just saying that you were worried that you'd have to do the same thing tomorrow.
I won't, though. I'll figure it out. I'll do a different way. And she's just like holding on to Tuli's hand, like, and you can feel like she's grasping it really tightly, like she's. It's going to be okay. I am in control of this. I've let everyone else control my life and my actions. Damn it, Ben. And I'm not going to let it control me anymore. I'm going to revolt against it. I'm going to be the Nari I'm proud of being, and not the person who's going to go and murder people in alleyways. But let's be honest, that was a really good pay. I didn't think one person would bring 20 platinums.
I know, right?
That was kind of really cool. But
That
I'm
was,
happy.
that was really good.
I'm happy to, help the city in ways, but not giving people a fair fight, that was not ideal, and I will not do it again. I will not do it that way again. And if tomorrow's going to come, and then I'll figure it out then. But for now, I refuse to let this control me.
It's not controlling you. You're hungry. Everyone gets hungry. $200 platinum pieces, then.
20 platinum pieces.
20 platinum.
Platinum.
So that's 200 gold pieces.
I didn't get hurt, though. He was a sissy, and he just got held there and murdered. But...
Well, I didn't... to be fair, I didn't expect... I thought we would just provoke him, and that he would fight back.
I thought so, too. I didn't realize it was going to be so cut and dry and just murdery. I've never done something so wrong in my life, and I can't... I know you say it's just a hunger, but it's... Ugh, I just feel like I've had this cloud over me ever since I started. You got 2 of them? Nice. Sorry. Brushing teeth. Give me 2 seconds.
Would you like another drink, Rafal?
Yep.
Pour out another one.
All's disappointment senses are tingling.
I know. I feel it.
Between you and me, Nari, I've had to do bounty hunting before. I've done much worse. There have been people I didn't want to kill, but sometimes that's the only way you'll get paid. Ooh, good stuff.
Nice. Don't show Kevin that fire.
Please
She would
do.
argue to not show me that fire.
Please do. I desperately need that fire. I have 0 potions left.
But Tuli will, give Nari's hands a squeeze and press a kiss to the back of her hand and say, "You've got this. I know that Agrimar and Rafal's morals stand in a different place than mine do. Far, far opposite, in fact. But you're not a monster. You deserve to live. Don't listen to them. I love Agrimar, but you're just as important."
And Nari's just going to tear up a little bit.
Don't cry,
Nod.
because I'll cry.
You can't cry. I'm going to cry too. I was once a really, really person to be proud of. I mean, I talked down the blue dragon twice, and now I'm running around murdering people in alleyways. I don't want to be that person. I want to be the person that talks down dragons. And
Well, maybe you can be that while still being a vampire.
she's going to nod. I can figure it out. I can make it work. I can make it work to where Rafal doesn't hate me being in a city, and where I'm not just murdering people in alleyways because I'm hungry. I find an equal way in between those worlds where it's okay. It's okay for me to be okay with who I am, and it's okay for my place in this world, I want to be a person I can be proud of, and today I was not that person. So, and she's gonna hold your hand up one more time, I will come to you if I need help. And in all honesty, I know Agrimar offered his help, but after eating that celestial soul, knowing he has celestial blood in him, I might die. I might explode.
If you're not comfortable with coming to me, I could just, I don't know, put some of my blood into a vial. If you ever are like, maybe this will work. Although I don't know if old blood will be the same as fresh blood, but you never
I was
know.
just thinking, does it go bad? I don't
Does
really
it have
know.
a shelf life?
Is there an expiration?
It will
Should we stand
congeal.
then she could actually eat it. Just hold it above the fire a bit. It'll do something. I don't know how blood physics works.
Put it in one of those applesauce pouches.
Yeah. Have a little squeezy pouch.
This is my blood bag. Don't mind me. And she just she'll just nod. I appreciate you, Tuli. You and Agramar have been more than I could have ever hoped for in people to come to me and offer such, I guess, services. You guys are truly, truly friends. I want to be a person I'm proud of, and so I'll get there, and then you guys will be proud of me too. And Rafal won't want to banish me from his city when he's king. He'll be happy to have me here.
Well, let's head back to the inn then, before they think that, oh no, you murdered me too.
We could always play a little bit of a joke.
And
I'm listening.
Oh, maybe not tonight though. Things are a little heavy. Different day maybe.
well, with that, the pair of you make your way back towards the Phoenix Feather Inn. And effectively, is there anything else anybody would like to accomplish RP wise before morning?
I want to wallow in regret because I really regret what we just did.
Would
Like,
Rafal
really regret what we just did.
would Rafal and Agramar still be up having a drink when Nari and Tuli return?
Yeah, probably.
Oh, yeah.
So what happens then? The
Really
door
awkward
opens.
silence happens. That's what happens. Really awkward silence.
Agramar pulls out 2 more glasses, fills them up, and kind of beckons for them to come and sit down.
Nari will sit next to Agramar and accept
Those are
the drink.
still 3 gold apiece.
Shreve's potted.
Just keeping count.
We live here.
We live here.
But I run this place.
I think Bickerstaff runs this place.
No, I'm in charge. Right, Rafal?
You know I put Bickerstaff in charge a long time ago, but you refused to let it go.
That's because I got put in charge. And so long as I'm in charge, I don't have to give that guy charge of anything.
How can you argue with that logic, Tuli?
I mean, I could go back and forth. Really, I have all the time in the world. He did have a knife at one point and tried to stab Kevin with it.
She asked me to. Would you like me to attack you with a knife, Tuli?
I fear that you will no longer have life if you do so.
Is that a challenge?
Shreve,
Just-
stand
just-
down.
Just give me a drink.
Coming up. Agramar, make yourself useful. Get that girl a drink.
I already did, Shreves. So, did you get what you were hoping to get, Nari?
Sorry, I had to step away for a second. Is Tuli getting stabbed by Shreves?
No, Tuli's enjoying a drink.
And Agramar asked you a tough-hitting question.
Oh god, I stepped away for that. I'm sorry. What?
Did you get what you were hoping to get after taking what's-his-face wherever you were going?
I got what I needed.
Was it
We
worth
got
it?
paid.
Well, I'm not eating you guys tonight, so yeah, it was worth it.
You know, if I hadn't drinking so much, I would take that as an advance, Nari.
Rafal just busts out laughing at you.
Your girlfriend sitting right here, Agramar.
Look at her, give her the eyebrow. Hmm?
Tilly will give him the same eyebrow back.
Wait a minute. Nobody okayed this with me.
Oh, I'm sorry. Is Agramar your boyfriend too, Streves?
There's no dating between coworkers.
I think we live here.
I mean-
we don't work here.
Agramar just got her a drink.
Do we have a no dating your coworkers policy here?
I don't know,
I
Rafal.
mean, we're not legally employed here. At least Tuli isn't. She hasn't lifted a finger in this inn.
Shreves, you can date anyone that'll have you.
Hey, Cookie!
Oh, snap.
Do we have to teach the Straub about consent?
Oh, definitely.
Do we have to teach the shrub about the cactus and the pine tree?
About the seeds and the sprouts.
God damn, that's a better one. Yes.
I know what both birds and bees are.
Well, I hate to say it, but I've had a night. Charles just brought me his backpack, and he's packed for bed now, so that's good. I've had a day, guys. I know you guys probably might be feeling the same, but she's going to, like, sling back the rest of the drink and stand up and look to Shreves and be like, I wish you well in your endeavors with Cookie. She's, oh, wait a second. And she's going to reach in her pack and she's going to get out these beautiful wooden spoons she just bought and be like, Shreves, I got you a present since you've been working so hard in the kitchen. And she's going to give him all the wooden spoons that she bought today.
He accepts this wrapped bundle, and you hear him scampering off towards the kitchen excitedly, and then just a shrill scream.
He's a Straub. He has wood in him.
Oh, I didn't think about that.
Message received.
Bickerstaff is in charge. Oh god, I didn't think about that. I'm sorry, Shreves. Well,
That's fucking
Nari's had
right
a
there.
fucked up day. Messages received. Nari's just gonna go to bed. She's going upstairs. She's like, I'm done.
You remember when this campaign used to be fun?
Before
when there were
every
moral
single
dilemmas.
guy
I'm
failed
having
their
all kinds of
whole
fun.
person
Yeah.
check.
A lot of fun.
I mean, to
Alright.
be fair, in all the 6 years we played, this is the first time I've ever actually felt like a murder hobo.
Well,
Yeah.
I'm glad that Rafal finally got through to you.
Yeah, all it took was you standing there silently participating in a murder.
Murder ritual.
Judging her the entire time.
You know it's bad when Kevin's traumatized.
I love it how Rafal was
Kevin
just like,
walked away from that one.
I like how Rafal was just like, do it. Watch how you feel afterwards.
I'm glad I made it as uncomfortable as possible.
Yeah, you did.
Well, yeah,
So
you do.
uncomfortable.
Let me show-
I made his bodyguards watch.
I mean, it's kind of true though, right? Like we are so powerful that the very idea of hunting down a normal ass dude, it's not fair.
No.
Welcome to life, performing everyday tasks in the city.
Just imagine what the thieves guild does all day.
God.
We can own that place.
I thought momentarily, like, what if Thule's goal in the city is to just take over the thieves guild?
I mean, you can if you want to start killing thieves guild people, like maybe that'll be better. I don't know.
But I
I
like
would be
Thule.
happy to work
They
with
do
Thule
have
and the Thieves Guild.
flamethrowers.
It's a slippery slope,
They
man.
have a single flamethrower. Thule also has fire, so you fight fire with fire.
As long as they don't fail their whole person check.
Fuck.
I mean, lucky for them,
Ryan, that
Thule
reminds me of
doesn't
the
know
time.
how
7 rolls.
Dude, that
7
reminds me of
rolls.
the time that I almost killed you and Ian.
Ambushed.
Yeah,
On the
because you
bridge.
guys failed like 6, right?
I
Like
know.
2 of you. The 2 of you failed 6 of them.
Every single round. That spell is just the curse of my existence.
I think that's the first time I've actually gotten hold person to stick.
Everyone. It's so effective.
It was bonkers.
It was the perfect way to show Nari, like, hey, yeah, you're murdering people.
Look him in the eyes when you do it.
Yeah, look them in the eyes when you fucking just smash them with your hammer. God damn.
You beat him over the head so many times with that
Jesus.
flail.
And he's unable to
my
react
You.
to the
God.
hits either because of the hold person.
I
He's just
know.
frozen there.
And like his bodyguards are like, he's like, I paid you money, and they're like, ah, fuck.
This is
Even
a
then,
fucking-
it'd just be like, who did you piss off, man?
Just murder. I mean, I feel like those people would never fuck with us, though.
They do have your name,
They have my name.
but I think you're right that they got the message. At least the one guy did.
Not today, boys. Not today. I don't know.
Everyone-
He's poisoning people.
Jesus.
Yeah,
That was,
and we
that
got
was
poison
really-
from him. Well,
that was so
acid.
I like that. Like, I finally got through to you guys that murder's wrong.
I mean,
mean-
does this mean I get to become a knight now?
Oh yeah, no, that is true. Can she become a knight? Wait, how many people did you kill? How many rat folk did you kill? Because that also
I've
goes
killed
into the whole.
5 in
turned
cold blood.
Yeah.
Damn,
Yeah, does
Thule's
she-
not even close. She hasn't even touched a rat person.
I feel like I've made my.
Yeah, I think she deserves it now. Can
No,
she
that was
get
in just
Technically-
self-defense. They shot at you first, so
Oh,
you
right.
you retaliated. You didn't murder.
But this guy I just murdered. Does that count? So am I up? I need 2 more.
No, I think you have to go through your own trial. Murder was my thing.
Oh.
Let me see.
Well, shit.
I
Rafal
mean,
extended the knighthood
not-
to Callum.
Not
So-
murdering has been your new thing.
I've gotten pretty good at it.
Yeah, but being an accomplice to murder, I mean.
You were really good at that.
Just wait until Rafal becomes king, and I'll be accomplice to a lot of things.
Oh God.
Are you gonna say he's gonna be a shady ruler?
No, I'm saying he's got all of you underneath him. I mean, to be fair, we just went to another plane of existence and murdered a chick.
To be fair, we just
She
went to an
deserved
alleyway
it.
and murdered a guy. So
Yeah, why didn't you eat Sister Larissa's soul again?
I couldn't get her soul. Her soul.
Yeah,
was,
because of the heart.
yeah.
Oh, that's right.
Your soul is forfeit.
I took everyone's soul that I could. Okay.
And those weren't even
Including the
good
Celestials.
souls.
Yeah, I took the celestial souls. And it burned worse than fucking fire. So that was fun.
That's the fires of damnation burning at your soul.
Maybe.
I have
don't
a
wanna
cure
try
for
it
that.
again.
More death.
More time.
Yeah.
Yeah, murder hobo.
Actually, I was looking at because I have 7th level spells now, and I can cast was it Resurrection, which is pretty cool, but it doesn't work on people who are undead.
Strange how that happens.
Yeah, so even if you kill them in their undeath, you can't bring them back.
So what are we gonna do about Nari, y'all?
I mean, it might come down to divine intervention. Some
Okay.
way, somehow.
And if that doesn't work,
We'll figure it out.
We've established the party knows how to murder.
we have established that we know how to murder.
We know how to kill a vampire, too.
I mean, honestly,
The
guys,
real-
if Nari really got out of control, all it would take is a fucking wooden stake, and you just Martin, you're
Oh,
done.
by the way, I have
I
access.
doubt that we could do it. It's just, should we do it?
I guess we'll
I-
just keep playing.
I
and
have
see.
Nari's word that she said if she gets out of control that I can take care of it.
Yeah, I made him promise that because I didn't want to hurt anyone. So
So she just has to kill him first.
that's right.
Foolproof.
Bye, Rachel.
Hi, Rachel.
Good night,
Alright,
Rachel.
so-
I got a proposition for Nari in case the worst happens.
What's that?
Look, you're dating Thule. Quit propositioning Nari.
And
Oh,
also,
Um,
I have this thing where I have a feeling that y'all need to actually start sharing shit with the rest of us.
I'm not keeping anything from anybody anymore.
Why not just say it, Luke? That feels wrong. Luke,
This is weird. You can't call him that.
No, I was
Yeah.
gonna offer her a position at the library.
I would rock that. Okay.
Oh yeah, there'd be no one there.
Exactly,
She-
and all the knowledge that she wants.
wouldn't she be starving the whole time?
I would probably starve eventually. Yeah.
And then we
The-
could never go back to the library.
Well, she wouldn't be able to get out, so it's all good.
All of the knowledge.
There's probably I would presume that there's something in that library that would help in that situation.
You know, I guess there's only one way to find out. We're in good with Atriox now, so won't try to murder us if we go back.
Yeah, I haven't been back yet, so I don't know how the old boy's doing.
You guys did help him with those magma drakes.
And that person who was fucking with time.
Yeah,
And he took care of the person who put a false book inside of his library.
We killed 3 birds with 1 stone.
Yeah, we did promise him we would do that. Man, I didn't like that session. That session just felt so bad.
The RP afterwards was stellar, but that was an icky moment.
It was an icky moment. It made me feel dirty.
Our
But I
role-playing
feel like
game.
I've grown a lot from this moment, guys. As Inari.
Just work with me.
You have celestial blood in you.
No, I'm saying find a cure. Like, help me.
Well,
Like,
that's what I'm working on.
And see, this
by
is the
yourself.
importance of using your time in role-playing games to develop yourselves personally. Now you're less likely to murder someone.
This is true. I don't think I'll ever want
Hooray.
to murder someone in an alleyway while they're tied down. I can confidently say that is not something I want to do in person.
And this was a danger up until now.
So you're saying that you could never Dexter people. Good to know.
Good. Yeah, exactly. Exactly.
Congratulations, you're not a
NRP
serial
though,
killer.
it's totally fine.
It wasn't, though. But I've grown a lot. Look at me now. I just gave a plant tree bones.
Tree bones.
Sorry,
Oh my
Shreves.
Maybe it's a distant relative.
I didn't think that one through at all. I was like, in my head, I was like, these are for Cookie. And I was like, you know what? Shreves has just really been such a good little plant. He deserves something nice.
He's all,
Here's your
hard
dead
tree
relatives.
corpses.
Mama! Oh no.
Hey, people made tools out of bones a lot.
And it's even better
Julie has
because
the bone thing, except it's dragon bones. But still,
What
it's
if-
bone.
Bone thing. What?
What if we
Wouldn't know.
banish Nari to the Shadowfell?
Along with all the
I-
other people.
I would just like to say Julie would be upset about that. She might fight you. She would lose, but she'd fight you.
I know, trust me, everything, all the problem with every solution that I come up with, it has to do with either Nari dying or Nari leaving or Nari not being there. Like, I'm just like, I don't, because, like, we can't fucking bring the Titan back.
oh, I
You
just
know
had
the
a,
most ironic part to this entire thing is we changed Phelan because we couldn't play with her and now I have like the same fucking situation.
I am aware that I ended up with it no matter what. I explained when you were like, I want to play a necromancer. I'm like, let me explain the moral problem with the necromancer. And here we are.
I'm a vampire. It's
I've got
completely
a-
different.
okay.
Later,
I know
here
we don't like
are.
stealing souls, but what if she became Rafal's executioner?
That's what I suggested, but he didn't like the idea of me stealing souls from the dead people.
Because Nick doesn't want the death penalty. Because there's something morally wrong with the death penalty.
Nick, this is a medieval fantasy world.
You know,
I don't think
we
getting rid of the
condemn
death
people to
penalty.
death every time we walk outside the city walls, right?
I'm aware of that.
Every time we walk out of the inn, there's a chance that
We walk
somebody will
out that
die.
door, someone's gonna die.
You guys just need to take up office jobs within the city somewhere.
I've got an office.
Best you should disband this group and never work together again.
You can all convert
I
and
mean-
work at the church.
I mean, if that's the case, Julie would just take up bounty hunting.
The
I mean, I didn't realize it paid so well.
guy poisoned an entire neighborhood. More than a couple of people pitched in for that one.
You know,
Just think of how much money the guy that killed 3 people
To
will be
murder
worth.
3 people? I'm like, shh. Let's murder this guy.
Or
Yeah.
I would just like to point out on the bounty board, there are 2 counts of burn down the local tavern, and only one of them is wanted dead. Another's wanted dead from stealing a coffee from a local tavern.
I think that's
Fool's dist.
Yeah, because the stated reasons are always the reason why somebody should wind up dead. God damn. What fucking wow. Man, Ryan, and when I thought what I did with you guys with Maldwani was bad, but like, you know, this is worse.
Oh, it did not feel good. When every single one of them failed, I was like, oh, they are just defenseless now. There is not a thing these guys can do here.
Yeah, we just like
We
honestly,
didn't murder all of them. We just murdered the one.
what we did was we just apex predatored somebody.
Exactly. You just got a flawless victory on that one.
Like, yeah, man. Like, not even like initiative didn't even have to be rolled because it was so one-sided.
It was over as soon as it started.
honestly my
Just
favorite combat.
delayed.
I've never felt more useful in a combat before.
It was such a clutch spell.
I didn't like it.
Because
Hated
also, like,
using that
Agrimar's
spell.
also absolutely right. Like, he definitely saved 3 lives right
He really
there.
did, though. Yeah, because it would
was
have just
trying.
been bad.
they don't know, right? Like they're just gonna be like, "Oh yeah, we're doing our jobs. We're fighting to defend our boss," and then it's just gonna be like,
Well, I told him, I was like, the bounty's
you
not
don't
for
know
you,
who
so
you're
go.
fighting. Like, God. You never consider all the henchmen that superheroes probably kill.
Yeah, like where do they do they have like a unemployment office for henchmen? Because they go through a lot of them.
They are aplenty in the city. Plenty of money to be made in the shadows.
So maybe no more murder hoboing. We'll just find really more better ways to do it. We'll just go to the sewers and murder not the bad people.
Oh yeah, it'll be better if they're not human. Is that what you're saying?
Well, no, I said not the bad people, not like the sewer people that are like they're people, but like there's other monsters in the sewers.
So what you're saying is you want to murder the good people, not the bad people. Okay.
Exactly.
The good murder-worthy people.
Just like Twilight. We got to take her out in the woods, let her kill a deer, see if that works.
Have we tried that yet?
No.
Nope. Resorted straight to people.
Can we start trying to eat animals?
I mean, we offered humanoid blood, maybe animal blood.
You know, Shreves has a soul.
But no blood.
We don't know if blood is the key.
Don't know that.
Yeah,
Just plant bones.
that's why we brought up the idea. His blood could work. We've never tried it.
He's got sap, right? I mean, he's got to have something liquid.
Just keep him in my little satchel, and he'll
That's
be my
what we can
little
do.
lifeblood.
We need to find a druid. You need to spend about 6 months with him, and then we can plant a maple tree, and you could just drink off that thing.
You've got cookies.
Life essence, right?
It worked for the Gulthias tree.
Okay, guys. There's obviously maybe we could have planted one in the arboretum. You know, that could have worked. I'll just live in the
But
arboretum.
some of those,
and drink
some of those,
What
but
if
those are living, like that they're sentient.
What if Nari lived in the statues in Maria and just kept drinking that blood?
I don't like the idea of going back and having to kill Nari if she's turned into a terrible monster.
It's blood, though.
Yeah,
and then she'd be a monster,
for the
so it's fine.
I don't think that's how that works.
Unlike Thule's, hot take there, I do think she is a monster, so there's
Well,
that.
Thule thinks she herself is a monster, so
Yeah, you're surrounded by monsters, Riffle.
I'm aware of that.
He tried to be
Thule's
hobo.
just
The thing is that y'all are becoming aware of that.
Oh, I've knew
Who's
about
been
it
new?
since the
They're
beginning.
learning.
The monsters are becoming self-aware.
the way Thule sees it is if it helps you to survive, then so be it. She wasn't always wealthy.
Well, the way Nari sees it is I used to be able to use my words to survive through things. Like, she literally talked down a blue dragon twice. She didn't have to shed any blood or anything, and now she's murdering people and fucking... It's just like, she's fallen far from where she was. She was a badass, and now she's murdering people.
I'll give myself some credit. That was a good line. What happened to my friend?
Where's my nice Manda at?
Where's my friend that was an archaeologist? What happened to you? Let's sigh.
Okay.
She's, okay.
She's dead, okay?
She is. That's
She's
the sad
undead.
part.
She's undead. I can live forever and be an archaeologist. I just pick really bad deities.
You had that window to change the curse.
I know.
Now you're realizing the whole burden of it.
I know.
Wait, you had a window to do what?
The 10 days. Remember literally the day before the thing we were gonna do the ritual, and then
It was supposed to be that night, and then she died.
Then I died.
Right.
And the dock fight
If we
happened.
didn't go to the
everything.
docks, she wouldn't have been a vampire.
Then we couldn't rescue you fast enough.
Yeah,
Are we just gonna have to kill you?
maybe. At least Phelan would come back.
Fuck. I don't want to do that. That feels bad.
We can merge
Just hold person
just hold
on it.
person Nari and just flail away.
See,
Yeah,
Yeah,
it sounds,
then
it
Nari
sounds,
will
it
have the
sounds
last
even,
laugh on Rafal. Like, ha, see, now you have to kill a monster. Ha
it sounds
ha.
even worse when it's one of your in character friends that you're doing.
Yeah, like you're just like it's literally like you know a lot of the times you talk a big talk of like Agrimar's like I'll be the one that does it, but at the real you're like that's gonna suck.
I don't want it to get to that point, okay? I'm working on trying to figure out things, okay?
And do you use the Heartstone on Nari's soul?
At least we'd have it. We'd give her a new body.
Yeah, like when Agrimar is strong enough to use true resurrection.
You stay in this stone until you've decided you're going to be a better person.
You can be buddy with Severus.
We could talk a lot.
What the fuck are we? Are we just gonna keep his soul in there?
No.
I don't know. I
Like
don't want to eat
forever?
it, and I don't want to let it out. So yeah. He's
I
a
mean, would
genie
it
in a
be
bottle.
that bad if we let him out?
Not
I
if
don't
he knew how to get rid of the contract.
And we can't really
have one
ask him
question.
because and then his soul gets released, right? Or it gets
Did
I think you have
destroyed.
two more questions.
Is it
I thought
two?
we had one because there was 5 and I asked 4.
I feel like there's only one more. I feel like we got down to
Hold
one.
on, let me look back.
I only
Let me look
wrote
at my
3
notes.
questions. How did he die? It's just complete coincidence that page is open on the corner of my desk over here. But
Oh no,
how
you're
did he
right.
die?
Yeah, 3.
Whether or not Dazan changed the contract, and how to break the curse of the Crimson Throne.
Yeah.
So you
Okay.
should
Yeah,
still have
you're
2
right.
more.
We have 2.
What did
Yeah,
he
I found
say
my
the
questions.
answer was to that last one?
How to break the curse? He said there was no curse. That
He said
ambition-
only the it's something along the lines of only those who want the throne are the folly of what befalls them, aka whoever wants the throne is the curse to the city. Is that about right, Brian?
ambition for the throne that's causing its destruction.
So in this case, technically, Rafal is the curse. Do we have to kill Rafal to save the city? The queen and Rafal?
Who knows?
And
Paul's
the
got
monarchy?
theories that he's not the only one vying for the throne. Maybe it's not the Queen's throne. Maybe it's Dravash's throne.
Did Rafal ever tell us about Resonance? I don't think he did.
Nope. Mister, maybe we need to communicate more.
I think he might have brought it up after the party ran into him.
No, you did because you were like, "Oh, by the way, Agrimar, you're not allowed back down here." So just talk to Reverence.
Yeah, Rafal's open and honest about his shit.
But not about his mother's dreams.
Literally haven't had time to talk about it.
I know.
We had a lot of drinks.
Yeah, with other pressing matters.
With murder on the mind.
Like murdering someone.
I mean, maybe Nari's mirrored doppelganger is a lot worse than you guys are giving her credit for.
I mean, I loved that theory, Ben. I thought that was great.
Honestly, when you said that, and my brain was like, "Is Thule really that bad?" And I was like, "Oh yeah, she is kind of that bad."
We're all kind of that bad. We just murdered someone in an alleyway.
And Thule didn't bat an eye.
I mean, that was pretty
And
much
who
part
says
of
it's
the.
a theory?
That was par for the course for Agamar. I can help Nari in 3 levels.
We've got time. I just had to murder Hobo. What? How long did it take us to get here?
Gods, deities.
All
How
we
does
have
one
to
level
do
up from here?
stay in the forest, killing boars.
Guys, let's hunt rats in the sewers.
Just power level in the sewers.
Isn't that what we suggested doing before going to hell?
So
Thule
I mean, hey,
uses
we
the
could take
flute
out
to
your
summon
uncle. Nari has the flute again.
them.
Do I? Oh,
Yeah.
shit, I probably need to put that in my inventory again.
Thule gave it to her when Nari initially wanted to go into the sewers, and Thule was like, "Nah, fuck that."
Fuck those rats.
I will never go back.
She doesn't care about the rats. It's the reef claws and the Otyogs and
Everything
about
else.
that
everything's
dead
wrong.
things. We attributed to the dead things down there.
We added to it. At least we know it's soulless, so.
Yeah.
Yeah.
place. Or at least not a harvestable soul.
That's true.
I'm sure you'll find a way by the end of the campaign.
Okay, what are we gonna do in the next week with this game, though? Or I mean, in 2 weeks. Like, what are we gonna do?
You mean later this week when everybody has time off?
Sure. What are we
We don't
gonna
have
do?
time off, guys. But
What's
I'll
the
try and plan.
plan, though?
I don't know. I still vote
I know.
sewers.
Yeah, I want to go in the sewers.
That clockwork stuff, like there's a whole new level, and it's just like, ooh,
There's some Skyrim shit going down in there.
it's exciting. It explains where I feel like there's Preston shit happening there because that clockwork spider that Preston made. I feel like
That's
there's more to that
true.
story.
That's true.
I think we should just ask the DM, like, where the next plot quest takes us.
Well, it depends on which plot hook you venture forward with.
Personally, I don't think we're ready for the Requisitors yet.
Oh god, I don't think we'll ever be ready for them.
I'm
scary.
I'm chomping at the bit. Like, part of me just wants to walk into the Requisitor's fort and just fight them all.
That's how I felt about the hobo in the alley, but turns out it's not so much fun just walking in there and trying to murder people.
I mean, they're all devils. I won't feel bad about it.
So my actual question is, if we go in there and fight them, do we have to worry about Ryan, that demon they have hanging in there, is that alive?
Nobody did anything to detect it.
I'll be right back.
It was hanging just outside of reach, 80 feet up from any sort of a paladin's divine sense.
Because what if that thing's alive? That thing's huge.
I'm aware of that. Everything in there is scary, honestly.
And personally, I don't want to deal with Zan. That man means business.
Yeah, I know, and that's why I don't like him being in the city.
You think Severus could kill Zan? Or would he?
No, Dizan's are only around because Severus died.
Oh yeah, so if Severus came back, would he take the contract over again?
Possibly.
I feel like Severus is the
He's
lesser of two evils here.
Hell if I know. I mean, at least Severus is a fallen angel, not necessarily specifically a devil.
I wonder how he tastes. What flavor is
Spicy.
his soul?
Ryan, you devious. Oh my god. I do think though that in a meta sense, I do think that she could probably go to the throne room and just live just fine there.
But what if blood doesn't like satiate her hunger? Then she like truly will turn into a monster.
I don't fucking know, honestly.
I mean, currently, she's not really a problem. Although
Yet.
the one guy thinks he is.
Yet. She's not a problem yet.
We don't know if she will be a problem though.
I mean, she's gonna run out of people to murder.
And you know that there's that throne of night inside of the statue. And it only took Rafal so long to sit down on it and hear a voice. If you're stuck there for forever, you're guaranteed to sit down at least once.
He'll be even more cursed.
Who knows? She already has a piece of ecstasis too. Like, that's one of the other problems is that like
She's got two.
Yeah,
what if
she's
in that image
yeah.
that was Nari was the dragon creature?
I don't know. I don't know.
I mean, Travosh had a tail with dragon wings. I mean, what if Nari turns into that weird dragon creature?
Nari didn't see but one reflection of herself in the mirrors. In all the mirrors.
Yeah, there's only one way out. Death.
Oh, I'm gonna call it a night, guys.
Night, Ben.
Good night, Ben.
Not bad.
Night, man. Yeah,
I look
Remember
forward to
when we were
never
just-
having to do that again.
remember when we were just fighting drug dealers and we were like, no, we know this guy's a bad guy.
He definitely was not a good guy. I know it doesn't help at all, but he was not a good guy. He's just dumping chemicals in the local drinking wells.
And
Not a
assisting
good
others
guy.
in doing so.
Yeah.
Like it would have been a matter of time if we hadn't have killed him that he would end up being the cause of someone dying.
Absolutely.
I
Okay.
don't doubt that. I don't doubt that. Like, but the question begs, does that mean he deserves to die?
I mean,
I
if he
saved
killed
more than
somebody,
3
then,
lives today. I'll take that.
I mean, granted, I'm sure
Counting
if the
saving lives, not taking.
That's what I'm doing now. I mean, you know, I've turned over a new leaf.
So you saved 3 but lost 1, so we're net 2. Sorry, Summer. What were you gonna say?
what was I gonna say? Oh, I'm sure if the city guard had gotten a hold of him and they found out that he poisoned water, he would have been punished anyways. Maybe not with death unless somebody actually died from it, but like
Definite
somebody
jail
would have
time.
somebody would have gotten to his bounty if we hadn't.
Yeah.
He's going to die.
Not die. Maybe jail.
No, I'm saying that if we hadn't picked up his bounty, somebody else would have.
Yeah, I know.
And he still would have died. And it still would have
Along
been
with
just
his
as
3
pathetic.
compatriots.
Yeah.
But part of the reason why they have that bounty board in the first place is because they don't feel like they can rely on the city guard.
Exactly. The city guard is shit.
Yeah, that's
Take
something
Sergeant Gru Serrato for
I'm
example.
aware, but that's something that can change.
Just helping the Thieves Guild out.
You know, if we get in well enough with the Thieves Guild, they could potentially become like the new city guard.
I mean, Reese said he would put in a good word for us.
We already have 3 separate militaries in this goddamn city. Do we need
And all of them are ass. The only ones that for the Emerald Enclave.
They're
And
still
that's
crying
the
with
bare
3
minimum.
separate.
Yeah, the Emerald Enclave is the actual professional soldiers.
The military.
And yet they couldn't stop the Golden Lotus.
They stopped one of the ships.
And the Requisitors don't do shit either. Except pick fights.
They're there for the city on its darkest day.
Except they weren't.
Yeah, as soon as Severus went down, they fled.
Wascally devils?
So that makes me wonder if we bring Severus back, will they be, back?
That's what I was saying. Like, if Severus comes back, will he take the place of Dazan, or would they have to duke it out or something?
No fucking clue. You know how many times I've read that contract? My head hurts. Like
I don't
I
even
hate it.
try.
I hate it.
Where even is that? Oh, I found it.
It's the worst. It's the
There are,
absolute worst.
There are no loopholes in there.
It's like a lawyer wrote it or something.
It is like a lawyer wrote it.
How to use my powers only for evil.
Literal evil.
I'm back.
At least you guys won't feel bad if you accidentally kill Mr. Sir. You know he's a bad guy.
Yeah.
We just have to hold person and then flail him.
I have Entangle, which is about just as good.
Wrap him up with vines and then just beat him to death.
And then just shoot him from far away.
Maybe cinch his stupid fingers a little bit. I'm sure he wears an obnoxious amount of rings.
I mean, he did have Scratch make him a custom cigar holder for his hand with only 3 fingers.
So now he can look cool while killing us.
To be fair,
I'm not scared of Mr. Sir. I'm scared of the Black
hasn't
Rider.
killed anyone.
Not like Nari has.
Not like Nari has. No.
Little do you know, Nari's actually the big bad guy of the Western campaign.
Yeah, see, the problem is we don't have the one-horned pirates to get our morally ambiguous shit out. Iskari, no problem with a vampire. She'd be like, you need to go kill someone? Let's go kill someone.
Bring back pirates!
Iskari would kill for you.
Sky is a beast. She one-hit Neptune, so
Still can't believe that happened.
I still can't.
Best dice moments ever.
I feel like we knew that was coming, but damn, that was hard. That was
Roll.
brutal.
So, that's a crit. And that's a crit.
Didn't even get a
The
chance.
One Punch Man.
She may not be able to read, but she knows how to fight. Alright, I'm gonna go get some food while I recoil from the numerous revelations of this session. This very about Nari session.
Sorry, guys. That's what I get when I miss 3 weeks. I'm like, hey, this one's about me. Thanks.
I was ready for everyone to just dive into the sewers and start killing Otyugs and rats and whatever else is down there. Whew, this took a very different turn.
We're just gonna have to start a war with reverence. And feed you with.
I mean, it sounds like he's trying to start one himself.
I mean,
considering
that they said
that Reese told.
Yeah. So.
We didn't tell Rafal that.
No, you
Next
didn't.
session.
But that's a war worth fighting that you might be able to talk Rafal into.
Does that
Sounds
mean
like I can murder people rightfully there. Yay.
Just come up to Rafal. Hey, on a scale of 1 to 10, how much do you hate your uncle?
Well, he murdered my other uncle, so
A lot.
So if we killed him, you wouldn't be mad.
I mean, probably not. Reverence causes a lot of problems. And he's a scary motherfucker.
He's got a Requisitor in his employ, doesn't he?
He did until we killed him.
Oh, did we kill the Requisitor?
That was Corbin Reed.
Didn't Reverence work with Corbin Reed?
He bailed at the same time.
Yeah, they got out of jail at the same time, right?
Corbin Reed was exploding the cell of the Requisitor Xerxes from underneath the judge's chambers, and that cell was next door to Reverence's cell.
Oh,
I'm
he
pretty
took
sure
the opportunity.
Phelan released
Phelan
Reverence.
let Reverence out.
Yeah, I remember.
They
My
weren't working
characters,
together.
they just really happen to blend really well with bad guys.
Yeah, you
I just
need to...
keep opening cell doors for people.
God damn. Yeah, Amanda, what the fuck?
I let Thravash out into the world. I let Kronos out into the world. I let Reverence out into the world. Oh, God.
Actions
What's
have
this
consequences.
Pandora's
When are you
box?
going to realize this?
Oh, no.
I'm
the
really
bad
thinking
guy.
Nari needs to go to Daganata where she cannot open any boxes.
This is why curiosity killed the cat.
Satisfaction brought her back.
Okay, what's satisfaction, though?
Being a
Which
vampire.
satisfaction will bring
Well,
her back?
I haven't found it yet, so there's many more boxes to be opened.
But that's what's going to bring her humanity back, right?
We'll find out in the next cell we come to. I mean, I hear that the Shadowfell is kind of like a prison. Should we open
Ryan,
that box?
There are many people that have gone to war that say once you've taken a life, there is no going back. So I don't know, man. But then again, we've all killed technically. So I mean, who's on this high horse really?
I thought we were doing it for someone else. I didn't think we were doing it for the Thieves Guild.
I didn't ask
Where
a lot
else
of
would we
questions.
get a bounty from?
From the local police.
The local police doesn't even care.
They wouldn't do bounties.
The biggest
too-
thing they did recently
too
was arrest
busy.
Kevin.
I was gonna say we haven't even dealt with the fact that Kevin broke out of jail with them yet.
Do they know that she's out of jail?
I don't know. It's been only like 12 hours.
Yeah.
Not only that, but she pissed off 4 other people in there.
Oh, because she left them.
And
She
that,
promised
and that
to break him out, and
Durgar
then she
girl
bailed.
that's in there.
Yeah, no idea. This
I bet-
campaign's starting to get too complex.
Let's keep veering down different rabbit holes.
This shit was complex when I came into it.
Yeah, exactly.
I mean, to be fair, the second session, the king was murdered and riots were breaking out, so it kind of started out in a dumpster fire.
Yeah, but
The
at
king
least
died
we
in the
knew who to
second
fight.
session?
I think it was it the first or the second session?
I think it was before the first session, like the intro to the campaign.
Right, the
was
intro
King's-
was there's
Oh,
riots
damn.
afoot.
Yeah, but at least we knew who to fight. We knew who the bad guy was.
I mean, do we?
Apparently the Requisitors didn't.
I mean, yeah,
We
Corbin.
still
There's
know who the
literally
bad guy
a
is.
fort of devils in the city.
We still,
saying.
we still know who the bad guy is. We just don't know who to tackle
How to
first.
get to him.
It's the queen. We have an in.
God, I just want to ask Ryan. Like, part of me just wants to be like, do you think we could take the Requisitors?
One way to find out.
Yeah, I know that was the answer.
You can certainly try. Taking on oracles and dragons and phoenixes.
Apparently we're going to take out gods in the future. Not even sure which ones, just gods.
I mean,
Or just say all of
Thravash
the
is
gods.
basically a god.
Did she mean all of the gods?
I don't know. I didn't care really.
I feel
Who
like she
cares?
meant all of the gods, and we were gonna replace them.
Oh Lord, don't kill me.
Okay, I gotta go. I'm trying to get
With the
Charles to sleep,
old
and he
in
keeps
with the
getting up.
new.
Have
New
a good night.
management.
Bye.
Bye,
Later,
Amanda.
Night.
guys.
Night, everybody.
Hi, Ryan.
So if we murder Nari, we have to murder Thule.
Yeah, if you murder Nari, you have to murder Julie.
Sorry, Agramar.
We'll find someone else.
All right, that's how
Damn.
deep that love is.
No,
Wow.
I'm joking.
Now you know, Thule. Now you know.
Julie knows her words
You
and
can't
her words
trust
with
this.
people around her.
You can't trust this man.
For
really
for
can't.
instance, with Kevin, Thule isn't even worth that dead body that we dumped.
True.
Apparently, the same with Callum now.
Yeah, man. What the fuck? Like that's like kind of the hardest part about this is I'm just like this kind of feels like there's too many different groups almost going on at once.
I mean, to be fair, Ben started stirring the pot as soon as he joined in with Callum.
Yeah, I mean, they're stirring the pot, and then there's like, I don't know, man. And then there's like, don't trust the entire party. I don't.
I was ribbing Rachel with man spreading gossip, but not even having the whole truth.
Yeah. It's just, I think the hard part is like, it's like kind of hard to imagine what kind of an adventure would actually bring the six of us together.
I'm still trying to figure out what Callum's goal is.
No idea.
Same.
Like we did,
He's a wild card to me.
like we did Kevin's thing. I think we did Thule's thing. Nari just keeps making more things for us to do. And Rafal isn't king
Nari's
yet.
thing is a late game, big, huge, world-ending thing.
I made a world-ending thing, but now I kind of want to just take it away because it's dumb.
What was your world-ending thing?
That he was guarding a weapon of mass destruction that would destroy gods and planets and planes of existence.
I think we might be those weapons now.
Yeah, is Rafal that weapon?
Well, I had, when I wrote that particular part, just because I was bored and I was like, oh, why would he be on another plane of existence? Because he's a celestial, apparently. And I was like, oh, I just watched Hellboy 2. And I was like, oh, the Golden Army. Sure, that sounds fun. He was protecting one of the keys to the Golden Army.
I mean, it could be another thing that, just leads to the end of the world.
Exactly.
All of our world-ending things will come together and end the world together.
Yeah.
Like an evil,
And Rafal just wants to be king. Wow.
I'm trying to make it happen.
Oh, man. Yeah, if that Nari thing gets worse, I honestly don't know what else to do.
Yeah, I've been looking. I don't think there's, unless Ryan lets me fiat some of my stuff, I don't think there's anything mechanically that I can do until 17th level.
Yeah, which is worse, fighting a unkillable Titan or the Requisitors?
I think both is a losing battle because the Requisitors can just come back, right?
Yeah. The Titan
So,
has been
it's a
scattered
draw.
before, so that gives
yeah,
some hope that we could do it again.
With the Requisitors, we got to get out of the contract.
If you end the contract, then at least they don't have like direct purpose to come back to the city.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think if you don't want to go to hell anymore, maybe, and this isn't a good option, somebody makes a deal with the Zan
No,
I
that's
Makes a
suggested that
different
Rafal alter
contract?
the contract.
those are that's a bad option. It's a really bad option.
I mean, Ryan put his best years of college into that contract, and I don't like it.
No. Like, that's why I'm like, I don't think the answer is in the contract, if you know what I mean.
Yeah, but in order to break the contract, like, you have to find that loophole in the contract that allows you to break the contract. Because basically,
Well,
it was written.
You can destroy the contract,
But she's in hell.
but she's in hell.
Do we know the name of the person?
Yeah, it's the
Yeah, she
Mithril
was the previous queen.
Yeah, it's Rafal's grandmother.
Do we know a wizard with gate?
I know an Agrimar with plane shift.
Oh, I mean, we can go to hell.
Oh, gate, you mean to
Just
like
summon them here.
That's a 9th level spell, right?
That's why I was asking if we know a wizard.
No, not that powerful of a wizard.
Okay, then we still have to wait 3 levels. Either we go to hell and demand that the contract be null and void, or kill whoever's got hold of the contract, which is going to be difficult, or we fight an unkillable god, or whatever. Damn,
I don't
there's some
like
heavy
any of
stuff.
those options.
I don't like this whole Titan Voltron thing going on.
Nah, me neither. I don't know what to do about that.
Like, as a player, I'm totally up for like an epic boss battle fight. But for my character, I don't want that.
The player's like, man, this is cool. I wonder if we could do this. But realistically, as a character, we can't do this.
I usually don't say I can't do that for my characters, but this is one of the times I will say I can't do that. But I'm trying to keep Amanda's character from dying, and that's what's
Does it sound exhausting to anyone else?
Well, I mean, Nick, we've talked about that. Like I said from the beginning, like Ryan has put so many threads in this that I've been exhausted from the beginning.
I mean, like,
so many layers.
I like it, right? But like,
it's not bad. It's just overwhelming.
No, I think the problem right now is that I feel like we're just spinning our wheels, and honestly, I wish Ryan would do something about it. Like, it kind of feels bad that he's just letting us spin our wheels. Because we don't really know where to go, you know?
Not only that, but some of us want to go different places.
Yeah.
But maybe that's what we need to do to get all of our info together.
I think the big thing is, like, we've got some, like, insurmountable goals. Right?
Well, like,
the end of one person is an unkillable titan. The other one is we have to go to hell and deal with an archdevil or whatever.
Maybe. I don't know. I mean, I think part of the problem is Rafal's the only one that cares about that.
Agrimar cared.
And yeah, because like Zara right now, like, why would Zara and Callum help us do anything?
I don't even know why they're here.
They're out of the group. Like, I don't know, man.
I mean, hell ain't no thing for Agrimar. I mean, if we need to go to hell, let's go. I mean, I'm game.
I think we just gotta pick an adventure and go on it. Like, I guess that's what we did with the Oracle, right? You know, we picked an adventure and we went on it.
Yeah. But I think the big thing is, like, what do we have for other people? My thing, I don't really have a thing. Your end goal is hopefully become king, right? And then there's Nari, the unkillable Titan plus vampire plus betrayer, fanged betrayer, great corruptor, Threvos guy.
I guess you know what I do feel like? How much fun do you guys think you're having with this?
I have a lot of fun. I like the RP. It's not really about the combat or like the end goal for me. It's about like the RP and character development,
Yeah. I
whether
guess
that's good or bad.
I think that it's like part of me is like I've been playing this same character for 3 years. He's really developed. You know what I mean? And it's like I do kind of want to have those steps towards like I don't know, maybe playing another game, like and stuff like that. Like those thoughts have like come into my mind where it's like I would love to see Ryan doing other things too.
No, I get what you're saying. I definitely feel some game fatigue for how long we've been playing.
Yeah, that's a good way of phrasing it. Game fatigue, yeah. Because it's like I have fun. I love playing Rafal. Like, don't get me wrong. Like, one of my favorite character I've ever written, right? But like, yeah, I think I'm just kind of like, we have been staring at the same city for 3 years. you know?
Well, and like if you remember, like in the earlier days, I mean, it was just the city, but it was like on such a scale that was insurmountable. You know what I mean? Like it was
Yeah.
like there was always,
But now the city feels small. Oh, it's
well,
amazing.
it doesn't though, because it doesn't seem like we can get out of the damn city for anything.
Well, that's the point, though. Remember, like back then, we picked a city campaign. It was supposed to be about just one city, right?
Well, yeah. I mean, I
That was
guess it does
also
feel.
years ago, and it's like I feel like, yeah, you know what? I feel like we've really gotten our fill of that.
Well, you just need to hurry up and either marry or kill the queen, become the king, so we can move on.
I mean, I could just ask the queen to marry me. That would be something I hadn't planned on doing, but
Like
I guess I
that's
could.
basically, I think if you were king and you gave us approval to just solve the problems, the campaign would be over.
I guess that's true.
Because that's the only thing that's holding us back is approval. So if you were the king and you were like, just solve the things that are broken, it would be done.
True.
So if like becoming king and marrying the queen wasn't your plan, how did you plan to become king?
It depended on the curse of the Crimson Throne. Like that was the problem, really.
Well,
like,
we've
is
known
this
for a while though
contract
that
with
there's
the
an actually
Inquisitors?
a curse.
Well, there's
It's the
something that's
contract.
causing the queen and my mom's nightmares, though, right?
It's the crown. It's the peace. It's being
don't-
corrupted.
I have no idea. It's
Is that-
but
I mean,
What?
we have a thing that brings nightmares. That's the Honoroi.
That's the Shadowfell dudes, right?
No, they're demigods.
okay, why would they be
Tr-
giving nightmares to?
Travosh worked with them because of the Unkaish people. He wants the throne.
Right. Okay, and that would fit in with the piece of Extasis then, the crown. Yeah. So like, where do the Inquisitors fit in that? Then I'm like,
I think you'd have to ask the Mythical Queen about that.
I fucking yeah, right.
Maybe
So
we should just go to hell.
that's what I'm saying, yo. We'll deal with that Rakshasa. We'll look for the Rafafelganger. We'll deal with the contract. There's a lot to do in hell.
Nari wouldn't have to worry about going hungry.
Exactly. She could kill whoever she goddamn well pleased down there. She probably wouldn't even have to kill. She could probably just buy souls at a market.
You know, Rafal, you and I haven't dealt with the tens of thousands of souls we've consumed.
Okay, here's a question. So, the Mithril Queen made a contract with whoever.
I think it's the leader of the second level of hell.
She technically made it with that corporation.
Between the followers of the Fallen and Avernus Corporation.
Yeah.
Yeah, that shit. Because of Kronos, right?
Yeah.
Kronos was dead when she made that contract. The current year is 1689. Kronos was separated 155 years ago.
No,
she made that contract
people.
in 1639.
The Titan and Kronos are two different people.
No. The Mithril Queen did it because she went to Kronos, and Kronos was telling her shit, and that's why she ended up doing it. Because that was the whole Oasis thing.
Mm-hmm.
Was that they were getting knowledge from whoever was in that Oasis, Kronos or otherwise.
So the last Titan is not Kronos. Like the last Titan that was killed.
No, that Titan was a protector that was put here by the three that was corrupted by Thravash, which is what I just put together today.
Oh, I thought you were talking about Kronos. I'm going to be real. When you're talking about the piece of Exorcist, I was so lost.
The pieces of Exorcist are the pieces of the Titan that Thravash corrupted to fight Zumeria.
And that's not Kronos, the unkillable Titan.
Kronos is who Zumeria made the pact with to save her people, who then banished them to the Shadowfell.
Then why was Kronos such a big deal?
Because Nari originally worshipped Kronos, and we thought that that aboleth that we let out was Kronos. Now we don't think that necessarily, so we don't really know a lot about Kronos.
Or as much as we thought we did.
Exactly.
And also the whole Kronos Mithril Queen thing and the tidal wave, like Kronos, if it is the world serpent, could have created the tidal wave, made an artificial natural disaster, and then tricked the Mithril Queen into service.
What do you... No. You are misconstruing the Mithril Queen in Zumeria.
Oh, was the tidal wave for Zumeria?
That was Zumeria.
How many people have done terrible shit to this city?
A lot.
A lot, apparently. So were the Ankaish Zumeria's people?
Those are Zumeria's people.
Okay.
The Mithril Queen is the current MistHaven.
Yeah.
So there's the pieces of Exorcist, and then there's the Requisitors. They're two separate problems. Both connected to Kronos in a way, though. Though I suspect that it's not necessarily Kronos with the Mithril Queen as much as it was the Aboleth.
Unless the Mithril Queen was wearing... No, because that's not tied. The Titan's not tied to Kronos directly.
No, I think I think she was getting knowledge from an Aboleth, is what it was.
But if the Aboleth was trapped, how was she getting knowledge from it?
Because she went to the Oasis. That's what or at least that's what Nari told us happened.
From the Aboleth.
Correct.
God, she gets some bad advice.
Like, that's how the Mithril Queen got the knowledge of how to form the contract, I think. It was from the Aboleth.
Okay, so here's a question. I know you were saying that the Ankaish were in the Shadowfell. Are they the only ones in the Shadowfell?
Oh,
like
no
in this
idea.
world?
No, I have no idea. We've never been to the Shadowfell. We just know that that's where they are.
Because I had a bit of a revelation, kind of. So the Honoroi, they're demigods of the Shadowfell.
Yeah, that's what I thought too.
So is this also connected to some area? Like, were they? I'm so confused. There's so much.
What do the Honoroys have to do with it again?
They
We
run the
researched them
Shadowfell.
and found them in relation to info about. Hold on, let me look at my notes.
I think they tie directly to Thravosh, so it's back at the earliest.
Where did she get that info from? I have it in my notes from when we started the downtime period. I had a list of things that truly wanted to research, and the honorary was one of them. And I can't find where she figured that out. Was it from Severus? It was from some dead person. That's all I know.
That wasn't from your vision, right?
No. Her vision was just
Of the Blood War. Of hell.
yeah, it was just of Kevin and Agamar being pulled in through the bag of corpse storing into hell. Where did I get the Honorite info from?
Yeah, I didn't even know what you were talking about when you brought it up.
But no, there's three of them: Phobator, Phantazos, and Morpheus.
So what are
And
they again?
Phobator, they're demigods of the Shadowfell. Phobator brings nightmares. Phantazos brings illusions meant to deceive and confuse. Morpheus brings visions of the truth, planting seeds of false hope that eventually twist their way into their own thread of fate. So he plants like seeds of hope, and then because that person believes in it so much, it becomes true. It's some weird magical bullshit.
Wait, so what do they have to do with anything, though?
That's what I'm trying to figure out. I don't remember. Like
it could be something
they
like
worked with the Titan.
they could have
Found it.
manipulated Thravosh into corrupting the Titan or whatever, or however that.
Yeah, that's what it
correlation
was
worked.
related to. It was related to the Titan and Travouche.
So they probably showed Thravosh how to do it, would be my guess.
Oh
then.
yeah, probably.
Because they're in direct opposition to the three is the idea, right?
I'm pretty sure.
It's the three, it's those three and these three.
Probably.
That would make a lot of sense.
Yeah, positive plane, negative plane kind of situation.
Right, and then you would have them telling Thravosh how to corrupt the creation of sin. Right, one of the three. That would make a lot of sense.
Yeah,
So it all just comes back to Travouche and the Titan.
Right, I think Thravosh is the bad guy.
So we have to. So and we can't kill him without killing the Titan.
I am not 100% sure that they're not one and the same. At this
You think
point.
he's the unkillable Titan?
At this point, yeah. If you think about it, he's trying to collect all the pieces, right? If he's behind because he wants to be whole again or whatever, right?
Mm-hmm.
What if he wants Nari to be the vessel for the Titan?
That's possible.
Yeah.
Because she had the blood when she went to hell. He could have taken it and then had that piece, right? But he just left her out there with some information about finding the other pieces and what they are and what they look like, and giving her knowledge about finding these things, and they all come together and she's a guinea pig vessel thing.
Is the queen aware that she has a piece of Exodus?
Yes.
Because she's hiding things from
her fall.
More.
More.
And she wants to meet Nari. Yeah.
Who has two of them.
Yeah. So that was my guess when I heard that bit. I was like, oh. the queen probably feels the same compulsion.
That feels like an ambush to kill Nari and take the pieces.
But she also wants the professor. What could the professor holds the
professor
mithril
was
queen
going
for
to
her little spirit
get
thing.
another piece, I think.
The professor's literally looking over the throne, y'all. That's where it's at. It's where he is right now.
Are we talking about Barnaby,
That
or are
doesn't
we
mean
talking
he's-
about...
Yeah, Professor Barnaby.
He's the one that allowed you to see the contract, right?
No, that's not who she's talking about. She's talking about the guy who is
thought they were talking about
studying the
Preston.
statue of Zumeria. No, she was talking about Professor Barnaby. The other person that knows a shitload about the pieces of Exodus and Zumeria. That's not named Nari.
And he's working with that throne that you sat in, right?
Right. That Nari drank
How
the
do
blood
we know
from.
that he didn't sit on the throne?
We never he was waiting permission the last time I went and visited him.
Last time Agramar went out there, he hadn't gone inside like we asked him to.
So they could still be sitting out in that desert, just waiting.
Look, scientists will scientist, all right? They will do that.
I said they needed Rafal's okay before they can go in.
I'm just there's looking over my old notes. There's some things that just don't make sense. Like so we're fairly sure now that Travosh was who instated the Golden Lotus, right?
I mean, that's my theory that I came up with today.
I think that's a pretty good theory, honestly. If he wants the pieces of Exodus, the Raffalganger had a piece of Exodus. Two of them. No.
Exactly.
The Golden Lotus had like
They had
two
two
in their
pieces
possession.
of them. Yeah.
They had, I think
the shark dude had one, and then the Raffalganger had the armor.
Correct.
So Travosh probably sent them to get the other pieces because Nari had one of them. But why involve the Foforites?
Because of Kevin.
No, because they needed a distraction to get into the city to get to the crown.
They were trying to
Kevin
get to
just
the
happened to be
crown.
collateral.
Yeah.
Yeah. It was just a way someone close to the party that had one.
The Foforites were in town because of Kevin, and then the Golden Lotus was like, yo, work for us. And they were like, cool.
It makes me wonder, like, how many more people in the city were involved, because now Montaigne Jaeger helped the Foforites get into the city.
Oh yeah, I think it's a lot. Like, I'm pretty sure it's a big damn conspiracy kind of a thing.
And the fact that the Foforites had some nobles under, like, their thing. Granted, they weren't major nobles, but still minor houses.
Well, yeah, and that was like a lot of the stuff that like Rafal, when he talks about corruption, like that's a lot of the stuff he's talking about, you know. So like, it's not just the Requisitors. They're like, there's a lot of stuff in the city that needs changing. So yeah, MistHaven, our complex home. Remember when we were like, oh, let's go to all the world's meet and beat up these bad guys that are like exploiting the neighborhood?
Yeah, right? I miss those days. Like, hey, let's go deal with the shady people at Eel's End and have a fight on top of a table. It was cool.
Yeah. Let's go explore the desert and look for the, oasis of knowledge.
That's where it all went downhill, right? Was the oasis?
Pretty much. Yeah.
It was pretty much downhill since Nari came in.
No, I mean, it's kind of been downhill since the Riddle of Salt and Stone. We never should have gone into Phelan's basement.
Did we ever figure that one out?
Yeah, if we put in the 3 pieces, it's going to open a portal to the Shadowfell.
Oh,
and all
that's the
of
key to the portal.
Ankh-ish
Okay.
people are going to come back in. Yes, we figured it out. We know exactly what will happen if we push that key. That's us inviting them back in.
I see.
I'm asking a lot of questions, but why did you kill Zamaria? She was bad, but Travosh is also bad.
Yes, that's essentially. Well, like the overgrown zone, that was Zumeria. Like she killed tons of people, and so like when we encountered her in the statue, she fought us, we fought her back. You know, that was basically what went down.
I don't
Like, there's
remember
no
what
talking at all?
started it.
I don't think she talked to us really, did she?
No, I think we did a little bit of talking, but I'll have to go back and listen to it.
But at that point, we were convinced she was the bad guy because she overgrown zoned the whole city.
She overgrown zoned it, and we figured it. Oh no! What it was is we figured out that Lady Annabelle was Queen Zamaria, and so we found her in her real body, and we're like, "You're gonna die."
Yeah, because we thought Zamaria was dead, and then we were like, "Oh, that wasn't you. This is you, and you killed all those people. Prepare to die."
Tried to kill the queen.
Oh, didn't Nari tell us to kill her too at that point because she was still on her chrono stick?
Oh yeah, no, it was definitely pointing towards kill her.
Because we killed her, and then Nari drank the blood because she heard the thing,
Because,
the voice in the
stone.
You tell her to do it.
She couldn't have just waited 2 seconds for me to figure out what was going on.
Any other questions?
I don't think so.
Oh, I have a note here. I don't know what it references. I'm just going back and looking through my notes to see. And I have the Dawn Titan as the name of the Titan.
That makes sense.
Which is the same as the rune on the Golden Lotus.
Correct. So then my theory is correct.
Now, what was this thing about the Emperor of Averston?
Oh, you guys were convinced that the Emperor of Averston sent the Golden Lotus.
Yeah, but we were just wrong.
And Tuli was like, no, that's so wrong.
Yep. Well, like, if you think about it, like, from a geopolitical standpoint, like, that would be the most logical conclusion, right? You're just like, yeah.
Everything came from Averston, so yes.
I think that's funny, though, because, like, Tuli, who is from Averston, previously was, like, basically was told about MistHaven. She didn't even know it existed. So, of course, in her mind, she's like, there's no political, like, bullshit with MistHaven and Averston.
God damn. This game. Alright, I'm gonna get out of here. I will talk to y'all later.
Yep. Are we playing next week? I don't think we are we?
On the 26th? I mean, I don't have shit. I'm not doing anything next week. So I'm down to play. I'm also down to take more time to prep. So it's totally up to you guys. And then the week after that it's the 2nd? Okay, that's fine.
Yeah.
I don't know about y'all, but I'm down to play on Christmas Eve.
I'd be down to play on Christmas Eve. I'm not doing anything. I'll be down in Tucson. I'm not about to get snowed in up in Sholo.
No, fuck that noise.
Not when I have work on literally on the 26th.
Yeah, I've got work on that Sunday. Like, I've got work on the 26th also. So, like, yeah, I'm not going anywhere or doing anything.
Actually, now that I think about it, the second I might not be able to be here. So I'll probably have to go into work at like 9. Because like almost every tag in our store changes like beginning of the year.
That sounds awful.
It is. It really is.
Well, peace out. Have
All right,
fun.
bye y'all.
Later.
Bye.